Um, dois. Estás a ouvir?
Desliga-me o áudio desse PC. Coloca o áudio desse PC. No próprio jogo.
No volume.
E no Zoom também. Está ali o microfone, vai falar o microfone. À esquerda, é para esquerda, esquerda. Não, isso é.
Teste, 1, 2, 1, 2. Tá? Fica assim. Um, dois, teste, som, 1, 2, tá?
Som, teste. Sim. Feedback. Está ok? Não há feedback agora, para não? Querem experimentar os micros da sala? Sim, sim, sim. Teste. 1, 2. Alguém que fale pelo micro? Micro da secretária. Som, teste. 1, 2.
Um, dois. 1, 2, espera. Mas eu tirei o som a este. Agora, espera aí.
Teste. 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Aqui está
Já não está
impecável.
a fazer.
Aqui está ótimo.
1, 2, experiência, som. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. O colega estava a falar ao telefone, estava aqui na sala ou estava fora já?
Eu estou cá fora. Está ok ou há feedback?
Vai cortar tudo. Mete tudo no zero. Não? Mas não há dúvidas. Microfone. O som, 1, 2, o som que vai para o Zoom já não vai dali, então. Não. Já vai daqui. Sim. Então pronto.
Estás-me a ouvir bem?
Tá?
Se arranjarem carros, vocês têm que sempre outras salas. Se arranjarem os mesmos carros, vocês têm que outras salas.
Marco, e o som dele para cá?
Eu estava a falar.
Estava a falar.
Consegues ligar outra vez e testar só o teu som para cá? Sim.
Sim, mas a gente aqui não percebeu se estava a sair bem nas colunas ou não. Eu pelo menos não dei conta, não sei. Estava.
Agora queria que era nesta última consideração.
Porque criou aquilo? Porque criou aquele ruído? Ele agora, alguém se calhar tem que ir aceitá-lo no Zoom, não é? Oi. Ele já lá está aí. Então.
Som, teste. Está tudo ok?
Tá tudo.
Tem feedback?
Sim.
Não tem feedback, está tudo ok.
Ok.
ou deve consultar?
Hello.
Hey, so Jack, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
So now, when you make your presentation, you just come here, right?
Testing, testing. Welcome to the PhD forum.
Yes. Sounds pretty good.
It sounds okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you
Thank you. If there's a guy that tries to enter the Zoom that is not an author or a panelist, we reject. Hey, Shija.
Hi.
For non-authors and non-panelists, should they join the Zoom meeting or the YouTube link?
Oh, good question. Usually we let them in the Zoom meeting
Okay.
so that they can directly join the discussion. We are welcoming any feedback for the student.
Okay. So Zoom meeting. We'll do
okay,
Zoom.
we can accept that.
Yeah.
Okay. Just one thing, because we are not, she's not seeing your presentation, right?
No, because I stopped sharing.
Oh, okay.
But if I share,
Let's try.
oh, and then
Okay. Just okay. CJ, are you seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
okay, good.
Okay, when you finish the presentation, let's just go back to Zoom. So the screen here must be the Zoom because it's the one that is being sent.
So how do I go back to Zoom?
So you close the presentation. Okay. And we'll go back to Zoom. Okay. That's it.
All right, sounds good. And then, so for those who are presenting, if they're physical, where do they stand when they're presenting? Just do I sit here?
Well, if they are presenting, they are, well, you want them to be seated?
No,
The
probably-
idea was
probably not
just,
seated.
they are just saying, well, maybe people that are. the
Maybe they
families-
can stand over there, because. They stand here, they can see the screen.
Yeah, sure. But one thing.
Okay. So, don't know.
Is there any panelists that's joining? Somehow I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you say something?
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes. It's the volume is a little bit low. But I can.
I guess I can lean closer to the microphone. Does that work?
Slightly better.
All right, I think we'll get started in just a couple of minutes, let people trickle in. But welcome from physical Coimbra. Welcome everyone to the ACM SenSys PhD Forum, both physically in the room as well as those joining us online. It's great to be kind of the unofficial kickoff to these two conferences, and looking forward to a great session. So just by way of introduction, my name is Andrew Santa. I'm one of the PhD Forum chairs along with Shijia Pan, who's joining us online. And yeah, so just go over a couple of things to get started, and then we'll ask some of the panelists to introduce themselves, and then jump into the first session. So going to quickly share my screen. Great. So again, welcome everyone to the Joint PhD Forum, ACM SenSys. As I said, my name is Andrew Santa. I'm a postdoctoral research.
师妹她都20多万粉丝了，
是吧？我
Hello?
估计想靠这个挣钱的。
现在肯定能挣钱。然后，哎，只不过人太那个什么。
Yourself?
Sorry, there.
现在主要他人太格局太小。
If you're
Yeah.
can you
Ming, can you mute yourself? Ming Zhou. Yeah, thank you.
All right, sorry about that. And yeah, so thanks everyone. So again, my name is Andrew Santa. I'm a postdoctoral research scientist at Columbia University. And this is the SenSysBuildSys PhD Forum. So just to get started, I want to give some background on this event and everyone who submitted papers. So each of the submissions had at least 2 reviews, and then Shiji and I had a meeting to go through all the submissions and made the final decisions. And we just want to thank everyone who was part of the TPC group who supported this process of reviewing the papers. They're listed here, and they'll also introduce themselves shortly as the panelists on today's PhD forum. So just some quick stats on the submission. So we had a sort of diverse group of submissions from representing different continents. We had a total of 10 accepted presentations out of 17 submitted. And again, a diverse set of institutions from all around the world. So we're really looking forward to sort of sharing some interesting work across some of these physical boundaries, both in person here as well as online. And yeah, so lastly, today's agenda, we'll have 3 technical sessions with either 3 or 4 presentations from PhD students. The first one looking at learning and modeling. The second one we're calling computation and automation. And then the third one is a great set of papers and presentations in privacy and security. So with that, sort of, outside of those, the actual presentations by the PhD students, we'll have some informal sessions, sort of panel discussions, where what we're hoping to do is for the presenters, the PhD students who have submitted papers, to get the chance to kind of ask questions about different things, whether that's what are some of the pitfalls of PhD work, what are some potential opportunities for career paths afterwards, how did you navigate that process. And so pay attention as the panelists introduce themselves to get a sense of sort of what their positions are now, where they're coming from, so you can sort of ask some great questions about things that you're curious about. So I think with that, it'd be great to introduce the panelists. And so I'm going to go back, stop sharing my screen. Go back to the Zoom meeting. There we are. Okay, wonderful. So I think to start, if you're a panelist and I call your name, just kind of unmute yourself and give a quick sort of less than 1 minute introduction. Okay, there's some feedback that I can remove my face mask, which is probably a good idea. All right. So Clayton, you're the first panelist I see. So why don't you introduce yourself?
Great. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Clayton Miller. I'm an assistant professor at the National University of Singapore And my team is called the Building and Urban Data Science Lab, and we're based in the Department of the Built Environment. And yeah, my team does a lot of work in thermal comfort and energy analytics. And I really, really, really wish I was there with you in person. I planned to be there, but travel restrictions for Portugal, for some reason, are still in place. Spain is okay, but Portugal cannot. So wish I was there, but looking forward to the session.
Thanks, Clayton. How about June?
Hello, my name is Junyoung Park. I'm assistant professor at University of Texas at Arlington of Civil Engineering Department. And I attended the BuildSys since 2016 and presented some work over there. And I think it was a great opportunity to, present my work to both like building engineering people and also computer science people to get like improve my PhD study quality. And like my first job after graduation is this current position. So I graduated in 2020 August and started September 2020. So yeah, keep moving.
Thanks, June. Good to see you at another BuildSys, even if it's not in person. How about Jonathan?
Hi, good morning or good afternoon to you all. My name is Jonathan Faggart. I'm an assistant professor at Baldwin Wallace University. I recently just started there this past August, formerly of Carnegie Mellon University, where I finished my PhD work this past May. My research area involves structural vibration sensing, specifically looking at human-induced vibrations, studying things like gate health or identification, localization, different ways that we can study wave propagation and utilize structural vibration signals. And I too was a participant in the BuildSys SenSys PhD forum a few years ago, before actually almost immediately before COVID, which feels like a different life. But I think it's a really great forum and a good opportunity for those of you that are participating to get feedback at a really critical junction of your PhD studies on the kind of progress of your thesis work and understand what are some of the next steps leading you towards your future career goals. So really happy to see you all today and looking forward to the talks.
Thanks, Jonathan. Jason?
Yep. Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Ko. I graduated my PhD program at UC San Diego, 2020, early 2020, like Junyoung, and and I attended my first BuildSys was 2015, where I met all the colleagues, which enabled me to do some big work across the community. So I think the BuildSys is always the right place for me to, I feel very comfortable by attending the BuildSys and talking about my research topics and listening to your research topics and so on. So it is always a good place to meet other people and talk about new ideas, big ideas, and so on. I already see familiar names in the list, and I hope that you guys feel the same for BuildSys as well. My first job, and my current job is I'm a chief data scientist at Mapped, and Mapped is a startup, and all the technical details and the novel ideas actually came from BuildSys, my previous research at BuildSys, as well as my colleagues. So it's always good to see new things are coming from BuildSys.
Thanks, Jason. Mostafa?
Yep. So my name is Mostafa Mishakari, and I had my PhD from CMU. I had a postdoc, short period of postdoc in Stanford, and then right now I'm a senior research scientist in searchable AI. So my work during my PhD and postdoc has been mostly focused on physics-guided machine learning, and after that I kind of changed direction and I'm working on NLP applications in deep learning and big transformer model and so on. In terms of BuildSys, I've been closely related with BuildSys for a long time. I've been part of organizing committee for a few years. and TPC committees. And yeah, I agree. I think BuildSys is a great community, and I had a lot of fun the years that I could actually join in person, and the years that I couldn't. But when I could join as a person, it was really fun. And that's about it. Looking forward to your talks.
Thanks so much. Desi? Deji?
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, sorry, I joined late. Let me turn on my video. Can you guys see me? Yeah, kind of early, so I might sound groggy. So hey everyone, I'm Desi. I got my PhD from University of Virginia back in 2018, and then I moved to UC San Diego as a postdoc for a few years, and then recently I joined Amazon. So good to see everyone. I see a few familiar faces. I would say BuildSys is kind of the frontier for research in built environment. So it would be a good place to share ideas and see new faces, and also hear about some of your research. So I'm happy to contribute my new ideas, like I got my feedback from this community from early years. So look forward to the conversations.
Thanks so much. Brock, oh, come on up. I wasn't sure. So we do have one panelist besides me physically in the room, and that's Brock. So yeah, you can join us on the table. I think you just.
Hello, I'm Bharat. I'm a research scientist in Amazon. I graduated in 2016 from UC San Diego. Did most of my work in BuildSys. I think I was there for the first BuildSys, which was at a workshop in 2009. And it's been great to see the community grow, and it's been a lot of contributions over the years, and look forward to the doctoral colloquium.
Okay, great, thanks, Brock. And of course, last but not least, Shija, the co-chair, if you could introduce yourself as well.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shija. I'm from University of California, Merced. Sorry, it's a little bit early for me as well. Yeah, I've been working on cyber physical system and Internet of Things, and I've been closely working with SenSys and BuildSys community for organizing the events during the past couple of years. And it's great to see all these familiar faces here. So welcome, and looking forward to a great event.
Totally agree. So thanks everyone on the panel and Shija for introducing yourselves. I think as you can see, we have a diverse set of individuals on the panel, both representing the academic perspective as well as positions in industry. So for the students presenting, you know, as we get to the more informal discussions, I think that'll be it'll be nice to have that diverse set of people to ask questions about sort of life during the PhD and after. But without further ado, I think as we edge into the time slot for the first session, we should go ahead and get started. And so we're going to jump in with the first session, which is session 1. And our first presenter will be Matthias Quintana from the National University of Singapore. And his presentation is called Cohort-Based Personal Comfort Models for HVAC Occupant-Centric Control. By way of introducing Matthias, so Matthias is a 4th-year PhD student in the Department of the Built Environment at the National University of Singapore. His research advisor is actually one of our panelists, Clayton Miller, and he also collaborates with Stefano Schiavone from UC Berkeley. And just as a note, Matthias is currently looking out for internships for the summer. So for anyone in the audience for whom that's relevant, just wanted to pass that information. So I think we'll get started with your presentation, Matthias. I think you can just share your screen and we'll go ahead and get started.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew. Let me do that now. Can you all see my slides now? Is that a yes? Sorry. Yes. Okay. Thanks. Awesome. All right. Let me start. Well, good evening, good morning, everyone. My name is, as I said, Matias Quintana, and I'll present you an overview of all my doctoral work until now. So from the few of you that may be familiar with one of the biggest problems in the built environment, such as thermal comfort, we know there's this very industry metric set by ASHRAE a long time ago called the PMB, which tries to assess how people feel comfortable in indoor environments. And it's a complicated formula and it relies on a lot of things like indoor parameters, but we know the importance of thermal comfort, that it's not just about indoor environments, there's a lot of subjective things behind it. And overall, people still rely on this metric just because it's, even though it's complicated to calculate, it's said it's being used for standards and so on. However, it's not really, doesn't really work. In fact, a recent study has shown that this metric, this calculation, seems to only correctly predict 1/3 of the time. Therefore, our community has moved to a data-driven approach. There's a proliferation of sensors, particularly as you might see here in SenSys and BuildSys. And therefore, the current research trend is to use this environmental, physiological, and psychological data paired with direct feedback from the occupant in order to build this data-driven model for just better model the person's comfortness, but also to improve that prediction. Nevertheless, these approaches are difficult on their own. So even though we can collect these responses from people via, let's say, phones, emails, setting up large data collection experiments are limited by the admin overhead and cost, and also the number of people we can gather at the same time. Sometimes even the user behavior with respect of how many data points they can leave might lead to survey fatigue. And it might even affect the quality of the responses. If you look at any data set out there for thermal comfort, you might see, as the image on the right, they're mostly imbalanced. There's way more responses on a specific type of response, like, oh, I feel okay, or not too hot, not too cold, compared to the other extremes, which are actually the ones we're more interested in. Let's also don't forget the tight relationship of thermal comfort and energy consumption. As I said, one of the big issues in the industry, right? And our field. The other important aspect is this sentence right here. I think most of us have read this or even used this in our papers, research grants, or whatever. And this is tightly coupled with the problem I just mentioned of thermal comfort. Therefore, these two challenges go hand in hand and are serious things that should be addressed in conjunction and not just separately. These are the main two things that set the stage for my doctoral work, in which I decided to break down in 3 stages. So overall, my doctoral work is divided in these 3 phases. The first one dealing more with the actual data collection and how can we accurately collect more and diverse data from whatever we are able to gather. Then how can we properly model and learn these individual behaviors and preferences? And finally, closing the loop of this whole problem, actually do some control with this input and not just rely on standard metrics that's been used in engineering standards, such as the ASHRAE standard, for example. In terms of the first phase, we developed COSI, which is the website is right there, which is a smartwatch application, which really facilitates how we can gather data in field experiments that are a little bit more helpful than control chamber experiments in a very short amount of time, such that we don't disrupt the user in whatever activity he or she might be doing. The app is actually open source. You can download it. You can modify it to whatever you might need. You can add questions to ask the user, and it's available both in Android and iPhone. Now, as I said, we can collect the data, but then we still have that issue of imbalance, of having way more responses of option A versus option B, and so on. Literature has explored, obviously, other aspects of augmenting this data. And so I decided to benchmark all these state-of-the-art methods from other fields and try to incorporate these into our domain for thermal comfort datasets. Tabular data has their own challenges, and even though we were able to achieve a marginal improvement, the key finding that I found was we were able to answer whether or not actually helps to even dive into these solutions to balance or not, purely depending on the end goal. Do we just care about modeling for better prediction, or do we just want a proxy of that label for a downstream task, such as better control or other sort of mechanism for the environment? Now, this still doesn't solve the issue, because we gather the data, we can do stuff with the data, but how do we actually then model? We know that, as I just said, PMB is the king right now. It's being used for the standards and is what people assess in post-occupancy evaluations, let's say, in buildings. There's the aspect of the adaptive model, which looks at outside environment and outside temperature, humidity, and so on. Then came personal comfort model, or PCM. Just briefly, a couple of years ago, introduced this personalization aspect of let's just look at each individual and model their preferences specifically. But even though this helped, and we could use this with our, let's say, smartwatch application, it's quite unrealistic, right? That everyone will use a smartwatch in their office, in their home. So we can't rely on always having data for everyone. This is why I decided to tackle this in a slightly different approach. And borrowing from other fields such as recommender system, I came up with what I call cohort comfort models, which is this hybrid of let's do some personalization, but let's look at the bigger picture as well. Let's try to find some similarities between users and just leverage that as much as we can, but still tailor people, specific people alone. So briefly, this framework relies on, again, gathering data as we usually do. We have sensor measurements, we have the subjective label, probably with our smartwatch, and then we gather other background information, let's say psychological data from onboarding surveys, like personality exams and so on. Then we properly define groups, group 1 and group B and group 2, through different mechanisms. And then we just models from each group. Now, when someone new comes, we can approach this in 2 ways. One is, like as recommender system called it, a cold start, meaning we don't have any historical data from the person, but we have some of these like static onboarding surveys. We can ask this person to fill out a personality trait survey and so on. And with these results, we can correctly assign him or her to group 1 or 2. But what if we do have some data of the person, right? We can use these labeled data points, as few as they can be, to bring them to whatever group they might fit in. So this, and because we have some labeled data points, we can fine tune if we want. What I found is that if we compare all these methods, the general model, which is say we just use data driven for everyone, personalization, standard metric as PMB, and my 2 proposed approaches, the cold version, warm start version, even though we don't, let's say, overshoot the performance and have way more performance than the other metrics, we achieve just as good with far less data. Because I just said, because we divide in groups, we're actually using less information from people to correctly group them and then model whatever they might feel. To be fair, this is not something we can generalize for everyone. There's actually, in a data set that we had with 20 people, we found that there's only certain people that can really, really benefit for this. However, when it doesn't work, people still are slightly better off, or they actually are not that worse off with this approach, meaning it will still benefit people, and we can pinpoint who might be better off by this approach, even before this is set up in place. Finally, when it comes to control, I think we're all aware of the impact reinforcement learning has recently, and how there's many efforts to, let's say, generalize this and benchmark this among multiple researchers. There's efforts called CityLearn for demand response. Recently, this publication called GridLearn for dealing all this aspect of the electrical network and so on. And there is a lot of control about buildings and the indoor environment. But there is not something that actually takes the human into account, human based on real data. Therefore, the last stage of my PhD, we're focused on this. I'm trying to build an OpenAI gene that actually takes the human into account based on real data from field experiments. We model this, no code simulation should, we don't gatekeep control and buildings from people who do not know Energy Plus or other tools, such that we can properly learn to these agents to properly assess the human and save energy at the same time. And so what I want you to take home from my presentation is that along these 4 pillars, we're able to tackle all the main issues in our domain as a first step, right? We have an application to massively collect data. We answer the question whether or not it actually makes sense to balance and even made effort to balance this data. We're able to take on from other fields such as recommender systems, and we found that they are useful, sometimes not as much, but we did way less data, and therefore it's still a very good solution. And just stay tuned for the final aspect for control coming really soon for you next year. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks, Matthias, for the presentation. Does anyone on the panel have some questions or feedback for Matthias?
Can I add some comments?
Sure.
Yeah, so Matthias, it's a great. I'm a big fan of your work, and you're doing great. And quick comment to you is like your last part, the control part, is, I just like kindly warn you that it will be challenging since I like went through that perspective. So whenever I kind of pitch my OCC, like HVAC Learn or Light Learn, to the facility managers group of my my PhD institution, those people are very, very, very conservative and like really try not to understand what I'm going to say. So the key is like how to, it's more like a not really technical issue, but the other issue here is, luckily, if you can find like good FM facility managers, then you can try for your study. But beyond your PhD study, it'll be like a challenging for like making those people or those industries more like welcoming our work, right? Our like innovative work. So it'll be good to having some sort of the interaction with them, and some even you can add some educational perspective for those FM people to persuade like, hey, this is a really great, and showing the potential like savings and potential like improvement of thermal comfort. That'll be also great because they're like eager to reduce the complaint like calls from the people. So if you can show by those numbers, then it'll be great in advance. If you, in advance to installing those control system. But generally, it's really great work. I just like to make this comment to you.
Thanks, Yoon. No, I am completely aware that there's really a challenge everywhere to try to really take this into the implementation aspect. And it boils down to sometimes luck of how the FM might be willing to work alongside researchers. I believe we have a nice team that might allow us to deploy this and test this physically in our educational buildings. But yes, I think it's a challenge we all face eventually when it comes to real-time control. Yeah.
Right. As an engineer, we have to solve the real like issue from all around the building, not NUS. So
I completely agree, and I think that's a human challenge that it's going to take some time. But I think, as you said, showing results, showing tangible aspects of this work, like the actual good results, will definitely steer them towards maybe convert them into using this.
Right. Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
If anyone in the room has a question, we can also field that somehow as well. And we can also open up questions outside of the panel if any of those other students have questions.
I think our time actually is up. So Andrew, maybe we can move on.
Yeah, I think that is a good idea. So thanks again, Matthias, for the great presentation. And yeah, looking forward to hearing more about your work as you continue on your PhD path. So our next presenter is Xiang Pan from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Her presentation is called Deep OPF, Deep Neural Networks for Optimal Power Flow. So Xiang Pan is currently pursuing the PhD degree with the Department of Information Engineering at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. He is working with Professor Minghua Chen in the School of Data Science at the City University of Hong Kong and Professor Chonghong Zhao in the Department of Information Engineering at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. His research interests are in machine learning and its application in power systems. So Xiang, we will turn it over to you.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, we can in the room.
So maybe I can share my screen. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so maybe I can start my presentation. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Xiangpai, and I'm a fourth-year PhD student from the IE department in the CHK, and I'm co-supervised by Professor Minhua Chen from the School of Data Science, CTU, and Professor Chang Zhao from IE department, CHK. And today I would like to introduce my thesis work on developing a deep neural network approach to solve the challenging optimal power flow problem in power system. And here is the background. And the power system is responsible for electricity supply. And here is the basic illustration of the power system. Usually after the power plant generates the electricity, the transmission network first transmit the electricity to the distribution network and then distribute the electricity to end users. And the power system is important in energy industry and human daily life. First, the revenue of the power system the revenue of the electricity power industry is in US is over $400 billion, which is comparable to the Hong Kong whole year GDP. And also the electricity accounts for the largest energy consumption in the residential and the commercial sectors in the US. And then we can come to the optimal power flow problem, which is a key but challenging problem in power system operation. The objective of OPF is to determine the generation with the minimum cost to satisfy the demand, and they also need to ensure they should also satisfy the physical and the operating constraints. And the OPF problem is important, and the potential saving by only 5% improvement in solving OPF each year is $20 billion, which is substantial and also comparable to 7% of Hong Kong GDP whole years. However, the original OPF problem is non-convex and NP-high, which means it is finding an efficient solution to this problem. Solution to solve this problem is quite challenging. So usually the common practice is we just use the iteration-based method to find a local solution to this problem, or just solve the linearized DCOPF for approximation. And in practice, the OPF is usually solved in every 5 minutes. And besides the hardness of OPF, the modern power grid also poses additional computational requirement for solving OPF, specifically due to the penetration of the distributed energy resource. It introduces significant uncertainty and rapid random fluctuation in supply and demand. Here is the example of the wind power uncertainty. And to deal with this uncertainty, system operator needs to solve the OPF more frequently and fast to maintain stable and economic operation. And usually they just generate a lot of scenarios based on the DR output prediction, and they need to solve the standard OPF for each scenario to obtain the optimal solutions. However, the challenge is that the current iteration-based OPF solver is not efficient to solve this problem in time. And recently, applying machine learning to solve the OPF has become a promising research direction, and several works shows its potential in speeding up the computation of OPF. And the current approach can be divided into two orthogonal parts, which is the standalone approach, which it applies machine learning to directly solve the OPF, and the other category is what we call the hybrid approach. It applies machine learning to assist the conventional solver to speed up the conventional solver. And I would like to introduce the representative works of these two categories in a chronological order. And for the detail of this, well, maybe you can refer to our maintained OPF wiki to find the paper. And let me first introduce the hybrid approach. First, the early work of hybrid approach appears in 2018, and it just used the traditional machine learning to determine the active constraint of the OPF problem to reduce the problem size, and that can speed up the conventional solver. And also following, there are many works replace the traditional machine learning method by a more powerful DNN tool that can achieve better performance. And they also apply DNN to predict the warm start point or the step size to accelerate the iteration. And this is the hybrid approach. And for the standalone approach, actually, I believe to our best knowledge, our deep OPF approach is the first work in the literature apply DNN to directly solve the OPF problem. And we propose a two-step framework, and I will talk more about it later. And after that, there are many works apply DNN to solve the ACOPF, and they also try to address many issues in this standalone approach, like the feasibility issues caused by the inherent prediction error, and they're also trying to develop an approach to tackling the dynamic topology. And recently, there are two emerging directions, which is develop the unsupervised learning framework to learn the DNN-based solver, where we do not need require any ground truth data, and there are also some works focused on applying this DNN-based approach to a large-scale system and to see its performance. And in summary, we believe there is much more we can explore in this direction. And before diving into the detail of my proposed approach, let me first summarize our contributions and its observation. Actually, two observations inspires our approach. The first is that the OPF problem is usually solved repeatedly on the same power network with different loads. And the second is that the OPF solution can be regarded as a high dimension mapping from the load. And then it means to solve the OPF problem, maybe we can develop a DNN-based approach to directly learn such high-dimensional mapping. And after when we obtain the DNN-based solver with any given input load, maybe we can directly obtain the solution without any iteration. And the simulation shows we can achieve 2 orders of magnitude for speed up and with negligible optimality loss as compared to a traditional iteration-based solver. And here is the general formulation of the OPF problem. And here the set of D denotes the set of demands. And for the OPF problem, maybe we can divide the variables into 2 parts. The first is the set of independent variables, like the power generation, which can be controlled by the system operator. And then the second is the set of dependent variables, which are state variables that can be measured from devices. And for general OPF problem, usually the objective is the generation cost, and the constraint includes the power balance equations, which means the supply should equal to the demand. And also we need to consider the operating constraint like the transmission line limits, voltage magnitude limits, and the generation limits. As mentioned before, the traditional methods use the iteration-based to iterate over all the variables until it converges, and which will take much computational time. And as we mentioned before, solving OPF equals to learn the mapping from the load inputs to the solution. However, if we simply regard it as a regression problem, this method may not work well. Maybe we can consider the following conceivable method where we directly use the DNN to learn to predict all the variables. And the drawback of this conceivable method is that first is since we predict all variables, it means it's difficult to satisfy the equality constraint due to the prediction error of the DNN model. And the second part is that for the large-scale power system, we may need a large-size DNN model, and it will make the DNN model difficult to train. And we also need a lot of more data. And to address the previous 2 issues, maybe we propose the prediction and the reconstruct 2-step framework. The proposed approach framework consists of 2 steps. The it first applies DNN to predict the set of independent variables, and then they reconstruct the remaining variables by solving the power flow equations, and thus we can guarantee the equality constraint are satisfied. And regarding the inequality constraint, we also add a penalty term in the loss function during the training process to ensure the inequality are also satisfied. And we call it a one stone two birds idea, as it can address two drawbacks in the previous conceivable framework. And another point is that since we use DNN to predict the independent variables, which usually have some box constraint, like the upper bound and the lower bound, and to ensure the predicted variables satisfy this box constraint, here we just do the following things. We first represent the predict variables with its upper bound and lower bound by introducing a new scaling factors alpha, and here alpha is from 0 to 1, and then we can apply the sigmoid function whose output range is directly from 0 to 1 and in the output layer of the DNN. And with this design, we can guarantee the feasibility of the predict independent variables, and it's also first proposed in this deep OBI approach, and later is adopted by many following works. And here's the simulation results. Actually, we test our approach.
Hey, Xiang, sorry to interrupt, but we are close to running out of time. So if you could wrap up as quickly as possible, we'd really appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Should I quickly conclude my presentation?
Yeah, yes, that's fine.
Okay, so the simulation shows our approach can achieve over two orders of magnitude of speed up and minor optimality loss as compared to a traditional solver. And here's the conclusion. Actually, we propose a deep OPF as a deep DNN-based approach for solving the OPF problem, and it can achieve two orders. It can speed up the solving process, and we believe this deep OPF, this PR2 framework can work for other constraint optimization in different domains. And there are some reference. And thank you. Yeah, I have finished my presentation. Yeah.
Thanks so much. I think yeah, we do have time for one or two quick questions or points of feedback from the panelists.
I guess I'll just make a quick comment because I don't know if I'll be able to stay much later than the first session, so I want to be able to give somebody feedback. Great presentation. I think that you know I'm not a domain expert in this area, but one of the things that I always ask students that are just getting started using or applying machine learning to a context is often, you know, why do you need? Well, you've already shown that machine learning is going to be valuable in speeding up the process, but the why question is kind of around the methods. So why do you need deep learning as compared to other techniques which are not quite as complex or as advanced? That's not necessarily a question. I just want you to think about it. You don't really have to answer because it's probably a really long, nuanced response, but just so you know that, yeah, people in the audience and when you present at conferences and things might want to say, you know, ask that question, right? And maybe this goes for other students in the audience that are using deep learning. You know, be prepared for older professors like me to say, why do you need deep learning? What is the benefit of using something much more complex than using a more simple method that could probably be faster, easier, cheaper to implement? So if we do have time, maybe if you want to have a response to that, that's also okay.
Actually, here I think we develop maybe you can regard it, we develop a new solver which just from a different perspective to solve the OPM problem by learning the mapping from the load input to the optimal solution, which where we do not need any iterations. And actually the DNN, its approximation capability can help us to achieve our goal. And if you just replace the deep learning by other models, it may know what works.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's my answer. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Xiang, for your presentation. And looking forward to seeing how your research progresses as well. So for the last presentation for this session, we have one more by Sanju, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name, Xavier, from the University of Alberta. Presentation is called Robust and Affordable Deep Learning Models for Multimodal Sensor Fusion. Sanju is a first-year PhD student in the Computing Science Department at the University of Alberta. She is supervised by Dr. Omid Ardakadian, and her PhD dissertation she expects will be submitted in 2025. So as a first-year student, we're really looking forward to hearing your ideas and providing some feedback as well. So Sanju, pass it over to you.
Yes, hope it's audible. Thank you for the introduction. Hope it's audible. Hope my voice is audible.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, I'll share. Okay, I'll just share my screen. So hello everyone, welcome to my presentation on robust and affordable deep learning models for multimodal sensor fusion. I'm Sanju Xavier, a first-year PhD student at the Department of Computing Science from University of Alberta. The outline of my presentation is as follows. The initial few slides will be in the basics of multimodal sensor fusion and its diverse applications, followed by the challenges and the related work. And then I'll be speaking about the proposed research and followed by the conclusion. So therefore, the growth of global market for smartphones and wearables have been witnessing a sustained growth over the years. If you check on the left side of the graph, we have the smart wearable, that is your smartwatch, and this shows the statistics of the number of smartwatch users over time. And on the right side, we can see the smartphone users over time. So we can see that there is an increase of the number of users of smartphone and wearables. This is the statistics of the users worldwide. So these devices, that is your smartphone and smartwatch, they have built-in sensors like accelerometer, gyroscope, and magnetometer. So we combine the readings from all these sensors in order to make an inference of a human activity. So this complete process of combining a sensor data to make human activity prediction, for example, is called as multimodal sensor fusion. So another advantage we have is that nowadays lots of users have multiple devices, and hence data gathering is quite easy. So let's see more into what is multimodal sensor fusion, and with an example of human activity recognition. So in this example on the left side, you can see the left side we collect the data from different devices that include different sensors, and then we give it to a data pre-processing, and we do pre-processing mainly for the fact that we want to pre-process, extract the raw data and apply different techniques like removing noise and then normalization and resizing. So once the data is being pre-processed, we're giving it to the fusion network. Here, if you see in the fusion network, we are actually deploying deep neural networks instead of traditional machine learning algorithms, because the data we get from this pre-processed is still complex, is still containing high noise, and it's quite heterogeneous, and it's difficult to understand the underlying pattern using this traditional ML model. So we go for deep learning. So one more thing that we can notice in this fusion network is that it is quite complex. So one of the hurdle that we would like to solve is how we can simplify this complex network, that is use the knowledge from a complex network and instill it in a simpler network so that it can be deployed on memory on resource constrained devices. So that's one part of the research that I'm interested in doing. And as this model is complex, we can see that it consists of multiple layers, and each layer performs a particular task, for example, cross-sensor correlation. So once we have given it to the fusion network, the processed data and complete, the output we get can be used to identify the user activities, for example, identify or classify what activity a user is doing. So having said that, it is the complete process of multimodal sensor fusion is used for diverse application, from elderly care, where we fuse data from multiple sensors in order to understand if the patient is recovering health, for example. Or also it can be used in the field of psychiatry, where some users are having different feelings like anxiety and some are having overwhelmness. So how do we fuse data and help the users in order to bring the emotions to control? And nowadays, another application is fitness, where we can see that nowadays most people own a smartwatch, where they are interested to track their fitness and how they're going over time. And also another application to highlight will be building controls, where we have smart heating and smart cooling facility. So one of the common links that connects all these applications is the sensor data. So it's very much important to make sure that there are no faults in the sensor data in order to make a robust network. So our main application is robustness of fusion networks. So my main research area will be on how to create robust fusion network. So there's been an extensive research being performed in these areas using sensor faulty, but they have just considered maybe a few problems, for example, sensor hardware issue or a noisy data. However, in my research, I would like to categorize different types of sensor faults that can happen in the environment, and based on the severity, I would like to understand how robust my system is to the different sensor faults. So the main challenges that I would like to address and explore in my research is three. The first one would be the temporary distribution shifts in the environment that happen, especially if for events that occur very infrequently, for example, a sensor hardware failing. And then the next challenge would be to understand the long-term trends in the time series data, that was to understand the performance of the sensor over a long period of time, for example, sensor drifting out of calibration. And the third part of the challenge that we would like to address, especially when we have a large memory footprint models, how do we make it energy efficient, especially to deploy it on resource constrained devices. In order to address these challenges, I went through a few recent research papers, and for the temporary distribution shifts in the environment, lots of papers, research work is focusing on robust sensor fusion. But however, they always take into account the subclass of the problem, like for example, maybe missing data imputation or noisy data. And also, we would like to address in our research work more about events that happen very infrequently, when there are new changes in the environment. How does our training data, how is that part done? And then for the understanding, the next challenge is the long term, to understand the gradual and long term trends in this time series data. So we know that when we want to understand the long term trends in the series, in the time series data, we always have to have synthetic data. So there has been lots of research work in the recent years that has done synthetic data using generative adversarial network for a specific subclass of problem, for example, for missing data. So having said that, I would like to explore how in detail on how generative adversarial networks can help for synthetic data generation, as well as also to work with different sensor faults. As I mentioned, I will be explaining about the sensor fault in the later part of the slides. And the third challenge that we had was building energy efficient systems. So nowadays, most of the systems that we see are robust fusion networks, but they are built of very much complex models, and hence we face a problem of energy consumption. So to address this, the proposed research is of three parts. The first one would be building a robust sensor fusion framework. So the main part of this work would be to first understand the events that are of actual interest in the environment, and then to model the changes, that is based on which event is of more feature relevant, to change our model accordingly, and ensure that the developed model is not biased. So for this, we would like to create a gating network that would help us to create a committee of experts, where each expert is focusing on a specific problem of sensor fault, for example, and then we combine all these weak learners and assemble it in order to form a strong learner. So as I said earlier, instead of just focusing on a specific sensor fault, we were interested in understanding what the different types of sensor faults and their severity. So we have come up with a taxonomy of sensor faults by getting data from the latest research papers. And this is an in-progress list which we are developing. And in this, I would say that sensor faults I have classified into three types based on the severity. Type 1 is least severe, and type 3 is the highest severe. To just quickly go through it, type 1 would be faults like outlier spikes or mechanical damage to sensor cover. Type 2 can be issues due to calibration, crosstalk, security attack, etc. And type 3 are faults that are severe and can cause even the sensor to not report data, which is very much harmful, because omitting data will cause a problem or scenario like how we saw in the diverse application. It can give, for example, in the case of elderly care, it can give data that is completely wrong, and maybe a person who is quite normal, it can classify it as he's quite a risk of some disease, and the doctor can give some prescription that can in fact affect his health. Similar for building controls and all other applications. So type 3 faults is very severe, and we need to take into consideration and see how much a robust model is fitting into all these types of faults, like high noise, low battery, environment out of range, etc. So next one we would like to understand is continual adaptation and lifelong learning. So for that, we need synthetic data generation, and we would like to understand how we can use the concept of meta learning for doing this lifelong learning process. And the third part of our research work is reducing the size and the carbon footprint of the model. For that, we would like to understand the trade-off between the model complexity and performance. And basically, the main approach would be to distill the knowledge from a complex network and transfer its knowledge to a simpler network so that it can be more memory efficient. We would also like to understand how we can use the concept of pruning, that is, assume that we have a fully connected network, and then we have design sparsity, and then we have weight sharing, and how we can use this concept of sparsity into a model so that we can make it more memory efficient and reduce the training time. So, so the main point of our research is basically building a robust framework for multimodal sensor fusion that is adaptable to different types of sensor faults that happen in the environment, and also basically focusing on the most severe ones. And also then we would also like to understand how we can deploy it on resource constrained devices by making our model more less complex and memory efficient. Yeah, so that's it. So thank you for hearing me, and yes, you can ask any questions.
I have a question.
Okay.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the work. I think it's really interesting, and I want to preface my comments with that I like the idea of sensor fusion, generally speaking, and I think developing this type of framework is very useful, even outside of kind of human activity recognition and tracking that you initially presented. And one of the, but having said that, one of the initial questions that I had was with regards to kind of the motivation, the particular application that you were talking about, which is, it seems like, you know, the sensor fusion in this particular application, one of the first things I was thinking about is there redundancy in the sensor data that you're collecting? It seems like, in particular, when you're talking about wearables and mobile devices, there tends to be a great deal of overlap in the type of data that they'd be collecting. So in those scenarios, is sensor fusion actually augmenting the performance in any way? So that was kind of one of the first things that I thought about just in general from the work. So I think it would be useful to kind of clarify a little bit about what type of sensor data you're collecting and how fusion can help improve any one of them individually. Because I know that this is a very crowded research area. So in general, if you can help carve out where your space is here and why, and maybe a little bit more clearly explain, you know, how having multiple modalities improves over any one of them. So that was kind of the first thought that I had. A second question and or feedback is kind of related to what Clayton said from the last talk, which is in this context, how does deep learning help? Particularly thinking just along the lines of a lot of the related work and some of the human activity monitoring and things like that, where we've seen that people don't necessarily need to use deep learning, and you can use a lot of heuristic things. So for example, if you're doing sensor fusion and you have some information about the location where somebody is or the time of day, that you can kind of heuristically infer a lot of information about things that they're involved in. So rather than throwing it into a deep learning model, can you maybe leverage some of those heuristics and have similar model performance with kind of less computational drag on it?
Okay, to address the first part, like right now we are building on the robust sensor fusion network, and for that we have been like analyzing, for example, the publicly available set that data set that we have, this the opportunity data set, and where we collect the data from multiple sensors. So in robust sensor fusion, for the opportunity data set, we have accelerometer, gyroscope, and I think accelerometer and gyroscope sensor we have. So we are trying to combine the data from these sensors in order to do the analysis part of it. And so mostly, so that's the first part. And for the first part, can you just repeat the question? I just like the main part of it. The first.
Yeah, so I think just generally speaking, it would have been maybe useful to understand what types of sensors you were working with. And I think that would have addressed a lot of my first question. But in there, it was mostly, why sensor fusion? So why do we need these multiple sensing modalities to do something where there's a good deal of work showing that people can use just accelerometers for a lot of these things, or just gyroscopes, or kind of just using one sensing modality, and maybe motivating a little bit better why we need to fuse multiple ones to achieve some of those tasks.
Okay, because maybe like because always when we have accelerometer, gyroscope, and magnetometer, for example, for in terms of fitness, for example, a person is running, so it's always good that we get additional data instead of just depending on a single data. If we have data from multiple sensors, and also if it can add some value, is always good than just using a single sensor alone. Because if you perform based on the activity that the user is performing, if it is an activity like running or maybe swimming, maybe just accelerometer sensor alone cannot do it. Like gyroscope means if you want the whole rotation of the body, how much is that impacting on that, for example, the fitness of a user. So so in that way we can add few important data, like add to what we already have. So in that way we can build a better scheme than just depending on a single sensor alone. If you want the whole body movement, for example, just depending on accelerometer, it would be better to have the whole like rotation, draw, everything, like under using the gyroscope sensor as well.
Great, and I think the premise of my kind of feedback comment there wasn't necessarily to question whether sensor fusion is better, but I think if you have some of that kind of data or some comparative aspect of your study to show, we tried to do this sensing, we looked at only one sensing modality, this is the performance of it. When we add in multiple, then the performance increases by X% or X times. So just having that quick comparison, I think, addresses those types of questions.
That would be good. Because right now we have started with the opportunity data set, and we haven't done such comparisons. But yeah, I think that would be a great idea to like just maybe show some results, like why I'm using that.
Great.
Yeah, and in terms of that's it.
Yeah, so thanks guys for a wonderful discussion, and thanks for the great presentation. So now on the schedule, we are scheduled to have a short break and a panel discussion. We've only got about 10 minutes left for that part of the schedule. So I guess what I'd propose is we'll just kind of jump into the panel discussion where any points that came up in the past session, if any of the students have questions or any of the panelists have further comments, we can talk about those. And if you have anything to do, please feel free to step away. Just come back at 3:15 local time for the next session. So yeah, just want to sort of kick off the panel discussion. If any of the presenters or panelists have anything that they're itching to talk about.
So there is this one thing that I wanted to kind of mention. I think it's an interesting thought process for especially for the PhD students, and that is, does the solution come first or does the research challenge come first? In some of the talks, I feel like the solution comes before the research challenge. Like you want to use a specific method, and then you come up with a supposed research challenge, which kind of is in that direction. Whereas I think the challenge should come before the solution. Like you want to use meta learning, and now how does that relate to my research topics? That makes the research challenge, in my opinion, a little bit less clear. It's difficult to see why is that a solution that you should think of. Like why is that a research problem that you should look at with your expertise? That was an interesting observation that I had.
Clayton, I see you unmute yourself. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I wanted to build on what Mustafa said. I think that's a great point. I also wanted to build off of what I was saying to the second panelist about having people question whether your methods are necessary or not. And a very easy way to do that in research, in a paper, in a conference, or anything like that, is to have a really solid set of baselines. So if somebody asks you, oh, why do you need deep learning? What does deep learning add? Does it add accuracy? Does it add speed? Or does it add, what are the reasons that your method is like the right one? And so really, and I know this is a PhD forum, of course, so you're not going to have those kind of results here, but always, keep in mind the value of good comparisons. So whatever technique you're working on, you're comparing it to things that are usually conventional, but also could be just more, some more simplified techniques, right? Things that, because if you have to argue whether your solution is appropriate or not, it's much easier to do that when you have these comparisons. So I think that's really, really important. And I wanted to mention that also because, like I said, I'm here in Singapore. It's now approaching midnight, so I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around. So I wanted to kind of make that point for everyone to think about in their PhDs. So.
I do want to echo on that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Shijia.
Oh, please go ahead, Jun.
Oh, okay. So it's a different kind of thing, but if I'm going back to my PhD or second or third PhD years, I will also think about what is the a research question beyond your PhD topic, because that would be your truly main job after completing your PhD work. Like if you go to industry, then how would you apply your PhD, those core knowledge into the real industry application? Or if you're going to academia, and how your core knowledge that you are discovering now can be applied to other research questions, because that knowledge should be gained throughout this journey, and that's the biggest gift that you will have after those 4 years of your investment.
So I'm gonna add one point here, and I definitely agree with that. I think that's a great point. But at the same time, I also think that one of the most important things in your PhD that you learn is that ability to formulate problems. To me, it doesn't even matter if you're going to industry or if you're going to academia. If you can do that, that makes you different from a lot of other people. If you can actually see the problem and say, go to the core of that problem, say, this is the actual problem, this is the question, this is the research question that we need to answer, that makes you quite different and better than other people that you're competing with.
Yeah, and to kind of echo those, both of those comments, I think that's maybe one of the most challenging parts of the PhD process, is making that transition from addressing and solving individual research problems and individual research questions into kind of looking at the interconnectivity of your entire dissertation or doctoral work, and how you start looking at those larger scale connections that you can make, and how that then, as June said, translates into, and Mustafa too, translates into your future career, whether it be in industry or in academia, kind of looking at those big picture type research questions and problems, and how they're all connected, and looking at kind of whole scale approaches to solving them, rather than just saying, I want to apply a particular technique to this individual problem.
For students, please don't be shy. Ask questions. Any question that you want to know about research, about surviving PhD, this is a good chance to ask.
And if you're in the audience, you can also field questions physically in person.
Well, I do want to add that if you notice, a lot of questions that we ask is not about the details of how you actually implement it. If you motivate us enough, we will find out by reading your paper. So I think a couple of panelists already mentioned the motivation and the evidence that yours is better. Those are important things to put in your presentation so that it kind of guide us or kind of lead us to read the details in your paper.
And Shija, can I add one more thing here? Another thing that I noticed, especially, I think this is something that will work itself out over the course of 5 years of PhD. But in the beginning, you feel like you're supposed to solve every problem in the field. And that will not happen. Sometimes I feel like some of these problems are so large, each one of them can be a PhD. And it will work itself out, but yeah, be careful about it.
That's a great point. I totally agree. I think everyone who starts a PhD ends up also not accomplishing everything that they thought they would as well, right? Your scope kind of tightens as you get closer to the end. I think that's pretty common.
Yep, I know. I had that problem.
We do have one question from the room.
Hi, this is Ganesh here. I have like a very high level question on how to approach research. So one of the dilemmas that I face is breadth versus depth. So right from the first year, like there is this dilemma of how much to explore and when to stop and like dig deeper and when to come out of digging deeper and spreading out. So if you can share your experience and give some hints, that would be great. Thanks a lot.
And just a quick note for the panelists, you can chime in quickly, but we do need to start the next session. So just 1 or 2 sentences would be great for this.
Oh man, that question, we could have a whole 2-hour session about that question, I think.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
But it's a great question, but it's very nuanced, very nuanced, depending on your field, I think. That's a non-answer, but yeah.
We can also pick up that point at the next panel session, because I don't want to eat into the next presentation's time, unfortunately. So great question, bad timing, I guess. But I guess we'll start with session 2. So Shija, if you want to take it from here.
Sounds good. So please remember to ask us that question in the next discussion. Yes. Period. Sometimes we have bad memories. So now we're going to start session 2, computing and automation. And our first presenter, Yannick Blaser. Yannick, do you want to try sharing screen?
Yes, I will start now.
So just explanation at the 10 so you have 10 minutes, and at the 9 minutes I'm gonna try to give you a hint that there's 1 minute left, and please wrap up. So Yannick is a research associate at the TH Horn University of Applied Science, Germany, in the lab for mobile and distributed information technology. His research focuses on distributed architectures between edge and the cloud computing systems, including their connectivity. He holds a master's degree in computer science with a specialization in software engineering from TH Horn. So he would be interested in a 3 to 6 month research internship abroad. If anyone knows anything, please let him know. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. So welcome to my presentation of EchoBox, an edge computing and connectivity framework. First, I want to give a short motivation. At the beginning of the last decade, there was a shift to central cloud architectures, but these architectures pose some downsides like connection or latency problems, privacy problems, and so on. So edge computing is gaining in importance. Gideon et al. Shows different use cases which benefits from edge computing. But current approaches bring together edge and cloud computing in a hybrid approach. But there is still a question left. Where should computing take place on the computing continuum? Where computing takes place is often configured statically in these hybrid approaches. The presented approach should decide at runtime where computing takes place. Here's a big picture of the idea. We are in a manufacturing environment and different machines are connected to the Echo box, producing sensor data. This data should be used to increase product quality or prevent, respectively, predict maintenance issues. But the workload on the different computers can differ heavily. So the framework should decide to move computation to other computers on the edge or to the cloud. Although the data should be stored and queried in an intelligent way. So we have a list of features which EchoBox should implement. First, we have standard gateway features to connect different devices and services and deliver telemetry as well as command and control data. There should be a range of typical protocols be accepted like OPC UA, HTTP, MQTT, and so on. This is necessary to support access for different devices and services. There also are some edge features. First, we have edge storage, which caches data at the shop floor level to reduce latency when accessing data and have the data still available if the connection to the cloud drops out. We also have an edge computing feature to enable local processing, especially running AI models on the local device. So we can get lower latencies and reduce internet traffic because not all data has to be transferred to the cloud. The whole process should be transparent to the services. Respective users does not have to know where the computing takes place. So there's some related work in this area already done. For example, Resente et al. Presents a solution for a modular IoT gateway, which fulfills the IoT gateway and multi-protocol adapter requirements. Yamato et al. Presents a solution consisting of an edge and cloud part to analyze data for predictive maintenance. But here we have a statically configured approach where the computing should take place. Okbuachi et al. Presents an approach with a customized Kubernetes scheduler to decide where computing takes place, but this approach requires a central orchestration unit for the Kubernetes scheduling. Abdelbaki et al. Propose to distribute workloads on the computing continuum by just defining the workflows programmatically, and that's a framework to the scheduling, which does not fulfill the intelligent decentralized approach, which I will introduce now. So far, it seems that our problem are already well researched. So what's the new thing on EchoBox? I want to introduce an intelligent and decentralized approach for distribution of computing and storage at runtime on the cloud on the edge up to the cloud on the whole computing continuum. So here we have some features which makes EchoBox unique as far as I know at this point. So each instance of EchoBox acts as an agent who self-decides where computing takes place to store and query data. So that the decision can be made, EchoBox requires knowledge of its environment. This includes available computing and storage capacity, dropped out connections, and so on. In addition, there is no central orchestration unit which manages the environment. Each agent should know how to act on itself. So what results do we have so far? We recently published a paper called Thine, an approach for a fault-tolerant distributed packet manager based on Hypercore protocol, which is a fully distributed packet manager for JavaScript like NPM. There is a working prototype as a proof of concept, and the approach shows how functionality and storage could be distributed between cloud and edge without any central unit. This approach could be an interesting starting point for our EchoBox future edge storage and how to distribute and query the data. So here's shortly want to show the mentioned literature from this presentation. And yeah, thanks for your attention. Feel free to ask, comment, or get in touch later. Thank you.
I have a small question here. So, I guess my question is, or comment is, it is not very clear to me what the research contribution is here. Like I can see the engineering part of your work. You're doing a lot of work on the distributed load and different protocols and stuff. But it was not super clear to me what the challenge was. That you said there are some research done now. I'm going to do this, but why are you going to do that? What is it that you're trying to achieve or answer?
Yeah, the idea is that we have a way without any central unit to distribute the workload. For example, we have the machines, they produce sensor data, but the question, should the sensor data processed at the edge or at the cloud should be decided at runtime. And I want to introduce a method, an intelligent method, which can fulfill these requirements. And the research question is, yeah, how we can do this, because I didn't find any literature which already do this.
So do you mean that you still need to do some of the work in the central unit, and because you want to do that, you need to decide about that, what to keep on the, what to send to the central unit?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Why does it have to be a multi-agent system? Can't each of these agents just work independently, given the inputs and the output that they need to have?
I didn't understand the question.
So you described the solution as a multi-agent system, right? Where they are decentralized and they act based on the information that is locally available.
Yes.
What do they need to coordinate with each other, or can they just act independently?
They should be able to act independently, but yeah, each agent should know where in the environment are free computing capacities and so on, and then the agent should be able to decide if itself takes the computation and runs it, or do another agent have free capacities, then the agent should move the capacity, the computing workload to another agent, or maybe to the cloud if no of the local agent have available capacities.
So I guess what you mean is that you have like Kubernetes scheduler. Instead of having a central unit like that, you are saying that the agent themselves should be able to schedule, and they should know what other people are doing so that they can actually schedule that efficiently. Right?
Yes.
So another small question or comment, or actually it was a question. So you also mentioned AI on edge, and the first question that came to my mind was, but what if you can't do AI on edge? Is it just for a small ML models, or can you also handle like deep learning models, which are larger and might not be able to be handled in actual edge devices?
That's not clear at the moment. We're working in a research project together with mechanical engineers, where we do typical industrial use cases like predictive maintenance, which analyzes the sensor data. So we're working together with data scientists. And yeah, at this moment of the research, I cannot say which are the concrete workloads or what models exactly we have to run.
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting direction to explore too. Like if you have larger models and you want to run them on edge and you have to kind of run them in distributed manner, then you are considering that scheduling with the whole distributed model running. I think that would be an interesting thing to consider. Great presentation, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay, if not, so is there any question from the local side? Andrew, any local questions? No.
I don't see any currently.
Okay, sounds good. So thank you so much, Yannick. And I guess we will move on to the next speaker.
Hi.
Hi, Nabil. Do you want to share your screen?
Yes. Can everyone see my screen?
It's still loading.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, is it fine now?
Yes, now it's fine.
Okay.
All right. So our next speaker, Nabil Nasir, is a PhD candidate at the University of Virginia, advised by Professor Bradford Campbell. His research focuses on building resource-constrained distributed systems for edge computing. He has over 3 years of industry experience in software engineering, having worked at Adobe Systems and InLight Research. He's currently seeking a summer internship and is on the outlook for the opportunities. So if you like his talk, please send him an email then. Okay, please go ahead, Nabil.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Professor Pan. So hi, everyone. Today I'll be talking about a condensed version of my PhD work, which is untangling the cloud from edge computing for IoT. So it's a very similar domain to what Yannick was discussing about. So it's projected that by 2025, there are going to be 55 billion IoT devices generating around 73 zettabytes of data. Now that's a lot of data and devices. So how do we deal with this massive influx of data? One solution is edge computing, which prescribes a multi-tiered architecture in which devices form the bottommost layer. You have gateways like Raspberry Pis, which can communicate with devices. And the central piece is an edge server, which can run applications without requiring cloud support. But the cloud is still used as a control plane to do all orchestration and management. But there are some drawbacks with this architecture. So let's say we don't have a stable internet connection, or in a remote deployment, for instance, or if you have a secure deployment like a hospital, which doesn't allow external cloud access points, this can incur like significant cloud and bandwidth costs. And if you want to configure everything from the cloud before you begin anything, it's an overhead which would hinder scalability. And also there's a key assumption that every single deployment of yours would require a beefy, expensive server machine, which is an unrealistic expectation. And also this architecture has an assumption that like all data collected is from a single entity, and therefore there's like limited transparency and control over user data privacy. So we still want edge computing, but we want to like make it accessible to everyone. So how do we do that? So our work actually focuses on the gateway layer, and we see that gateways are indispensable for IoT. So when we move towards batteryless devices, these require like devices like gateways to communicate with them, and they're also like getting increasingly capable. So why not make use of them to run applications, as they are relatively inexpensive to an edge server. So the whole idea is based on 3 key ideas. So we want a distributed gateway network instead of an edge server. So how do we switch from this to a distributed gateway network? By removing out the cloud dependency as well. So shifting from an edge to a gateway network is challenging, because You have some overheads with decentralization. With a centralized model, your application development is easy because all data is at the same place. And you also now don't have a central point to manage the platform. Also, if you want each gateway to be configured, that could pose a scaling issue. And this is the obvious thing about resource constraints. So you're removing a beefy server and replacing with these small scale devices. So what do you do with storage, GPUs, etc.? And also, how do you bring in some much needed resilience, which servers have that gateways don't have? So the key piece to our work is a distributed middleware that runs on each of these gateways, which follows a 3-layered architecture. And the bottom layer, the first thing that we do is have gateways discover each other, and there's a service for that. And it supports custom modules for IoT device handling, because device heterogeneity is a big thing. And when you have lots of gateways and devices, you want to map out or like abstract out all of this complexity. So we encapsulate all of that as a link graph structure. And we have 3 distributed services that run on each of these gateways to handle devices, applications, and sensor streams that come from these devices. So with all of these bottom layers, we can give applications an API that can hide all of the underlying network complexity, and applications get an illusion that there's just one single gateway which has all devices connected. So it's a much easier, straightforward API. And we can also provide some remote management capabilities for smartphones and laptops for application like deployment and stuff. So the second key idea that we have is using specialized edge hardware for elasticity. So this is mostly motivated by what's been happening in the market. So there are lots of new up and coming edge hardware, which is being built for GPU support, for extra storage, secure enclaves, and things like that. So why aren't we making more use of these edge hardware? These are substantially cheaper than edge. Sorry, these are substantially cheaper than edge servers. They can match application requirements because they have the capabilities to do so, and they can directly interact with IoT devices because they have wireless radios, and they offer much better deployment flexibility as well, because you can move them closer to devices, which with an edge server you can't do that. So how do we make use of these devices? So the whole vision is that we start out with as simple as maybe a single Raspberry Pi, and you keep deploying applications and stuff. But when your application requirements change and you need much more higher capabilities, let's say you want a GPU, you add an NVIDIA Jetson to the mix, and then the system would scale this seamlessly. And also there's some intelligent scheduling which happens where it looks at applications requirements and then schedules it on the device which can offer that capability. So the whole scheduling problem comes down to this: gateways with special capabilities and connected devices, applications which come with requirements like what capabilities, say I need a GPU, hey, I need more storage. These are the devices that I need. And this is, am I a short task or a long running task? So these are the application requirements. And based on this, there's also like a new distributed service, which is monitoring capabilities of gateways. They look at what capabilities are there, what's the current usage, resource usage data. And based on all of this, whenever a new app comes, a task scheduler will schedule it on a particular gateway. So these are the parameters that we use for the scheduling. And this is different from the task schedulers, which are used in grid cluster computing, real-time scheduling, and Lambda, like function as a service platforms like AWS Lambda. So the third key idea is enforcing privacy policies on the gateways. So in a shared space like this, users have like no idea about like what data of theirs is being monitored or which apps actually use those data. So we thought of a natural extension of using our distributed platform to enforce policies. So let's say this is a deployment in which we have some sensors and gateways which are deployed, and the middleware runs on each of these gateways, and the sensor streams start trickling into the sensor stream manager. And let's say we've deployed an app that requires data from 2 temperature sensors. So usually what happens is the first gateway would forward that data to the second gateway, and then all of the streams reach the application. Now, if you have a policy like, hey, I don't want to share temperature sensor 1's data with that app, it's as easy as like cutting out the link from the first sensor stream manager. So this is so easy to, or like it provides a natural way to enforce policies. So users can specify policies like, hey, I don't want, I want my occupancy data to be shared with all apps, but only from a certain time duration. And I want to share it with one app, but not the other apps. So you can specify policies like that. So the challenge is to make it like present in a simple way to the users. And the novelty is that there are some policy works which already exist, but this is a novel way of enforcing the policies. So to conclude, we want to like democratize edge computing by untangling it from cloud and edge server dependencies. And we utilize inexpensive gateway network to execute applications. And we empower users by providing transparency and control over data. Thank you.
Very nice talk.
Hello.
Any comments?
Hi, this is Jason, and I have 2 questions. This is a very interesting topic and very broadly scoped in terms of the technologies. And I have 2 specific technical questions. One is, you said there is a capability monitors, but I think I can imagine that if there are multiple devices with different protocols and conventions, it is very difficult to know what devices has certain capabilities and so on. Do you? I guess this is a research topic at this moment, but what kind of protocols are you using for getting that information?
So I think to clarify that, so the capability monitor is actually not looking at IoT devices per se. It's mostly looking at things like whether or not the gateway which can run applications has a GPU, it has a secure enclave in its processor, it has like how much storage does it have, what's the processing capability, and things like that. So that's what I mean by capabilities.
I see. So then what would be the programming model for applications? Like what kind of, how does it know whether the temperature or humidity is available in certain spaces and so on? I think that'd be my last question instead of the other one.
Yeah, I can actually like go back to this slide. So yeah, if you, for device handling, what we have is like, these are the custom modules which we support. So each module can do something like do the last mile application. So if we have a device over Bluetooth, it can have a controller for Bluetooth and a handler which does something like, if it's a specific beacon, which is iBeacon based or something like that, you have the code for parsing the data from that. So each device has a specific device ID, which would then be exposed to applications here in this API. So that's how the applications get to know and use devices.
I see. This is a whole stack application. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
So I have a small comment. First, let me say I really enjoyed your talk. I think it's a great research topic, and it was a great presentation as well. One question, which I also kind of mentioned in the previous one. So so the models that we are using they become larger and larger. Even if you have like dedicated GPU, sometimes this model don't fit. And you can always talk about model distillation, model quantization, and all of these things. But let's say now that we are going to these larger models, how do you think, or how do you envision this middleware will work when you have multiple models and you need to go through multiple edge to be able to even run this model? One GPU cannot handle those kind of models.
Yeah, I think that's one thing which keeps coming up. Like, should we like train the models in the cloud and then use it to infer on the edge?
No, even for inference, it might be that the model itself is so large that it doesn't necessarily fit in one GPU, or at least not in a small GPU. Then even for inference, you need more than one GPU to be able to load the model, load the data, and then do the inference.
Yeah, I mean, to be really honest, I don't have much idea with working with machine learning models and deep learning models. So I don't really know, to be honest. But I think one direction that we're planning to take is to see applications like augmented reality, which would otherwise run on an edge server. Can we take that and try to run it on a resource constrained hardware like a Jetson? But I haven't the work is still in progress, but I haven't reached there yet.
No, that makes sense. It's not an easy problem, and in general, I think it was a good presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely keep working towards how this can be solved. Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I have a quick question. So a great presentation. I followed the talk, and I think the contributions are clear. I was more interested in the motivation. It wasn't clear to me what's the benefit of removing the edge server and going down this route. There's a lot of complexity added to the system. You can have an edge server and all of those problems get solved. So can you elaborate on that? Clearly, you've thought about this a lot. So
yeah, so it's a matter of can we not have an expensive machine like an edge server? So edge server machine, even if you install a machine, it's expensive. And the second thing, it's not an elastic resource. On the cloud, yes, you can expand or shrink down based on resource usages. But when you have a physical machine, it's not as possible. So can we replicate that with one small board and then keep adding or removing boards and changing it on deployments and still achieve things that a server can do with the simplicity that it offers? That's the thing that we're trying to solve. Does that convince you?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you very much. I think we are actually right on time for the next speaker.
Thank you so much.
Lucas, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just pulling it up on the local screen.
So Lucas, while you set up the screen, I'll continue and just start to introduce you then. So Lucas Spenger is a 5th-year PhD student at the University of California, Berkeley, and concurrently a PhD AI resident at the Google X Grid Moonshot. He has previously held an ORIS fellowship to forecast carbon emission of advanced energy technologies at the U.S. Department of Energy, ARPAE. He holds a bachelor degree in statistics and computer science from Duke University, and Lucas is actively looking for internships as well. So the floor is yours, Lucas.
Thanks. Okay, so Lucas, I think you can stand here and use that microphone so that everyone can hear you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
Can everyone hear you? Yeah, okay, and then let me, do the Zoom folks see the screen?
Yes.
All right, so that doesn't work. I gotta get Lucas control of his presentation here. There we go.
Oh, good. Yeah, I kind of have a lot of clicks, so that would have been
all right. Technical difficulties are sorted, I think.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be here, and it's such a pleasure to be in person again. Sorry, I had actually like a series of travel difficulties and like literally just got here. So this presentation is a bit rougher than I'd want it to be. But I'll be talking today about localizing prices throughout energy grids using a form of structured multi-agent learning. So where are we on climate change? Not really sure, but no matter where we are in this line, it's probably a little bit too far to the right than any of us want it to be. And so the grid is kind of a good place to look at, is a good place to start. Many people here study the grid, and so it bears without saying that it's this very complex organism, right? There's a heterogeneity of generating sources as well as demanding sources, and those that demand energy, the prosumers or the consumers on the grid, have a wide variety in how they demand it, when they demand it, and how that could be moved. So demand response in general is a very attractive thing for us to be looking for. It provides a way for excess renewable energy to be used during different times, and provides generally a way for us to send signals to buildings to have them decrease their carbon consumption. Now, a main problem is that the grid, for the most part, relies on aggregate information, right? Like we sum up a lot of the behavior of these nodes and basically erase the complexity of everything that's happening underneath them. This is fine from the way that the grid normally works, but demand response might not play well with that. So the good news is that now is a great time to be studying this because a data revolution of sources is underway on the grid. We have a lot more end sources of data that are producing time series and producing varied information. And so the question is, what can we do with this? Now, the start of my research basically looks at an end node, so a single building, and says, okay, each building is very different in their demand profile and the way that the demand can be shifted. And so can we reap any benefits from localizing a price setting demand response controller within an individual building? Now, my lab has constructed this kind of elaborate social game. It's an energy saving competition that you can have office workers compete in. And so we first started by asking, can a reinforcement learner set the prices for this demand response game? Now, to set up the stage a little bit, I'm sure we're all familiar, reinforcement learning is this amazing technique that basically applies machine learning to controls. And so given an MVP, which consists of states, actions, rewards, and some discount function, a policy function, which maps states onto actions, and rewards, which maps the state action tuple onto a real number, can we formulate this setup within a building and within a price setting problem? So here, the states are grid prices. So the utility will give some vector of grid prices G, the actions, a controller the reinforcement learning controller will output its own prices. And these are the prices that people play by. And so some sort of combination of prices, P, and baseline energy, B, are mapped onto energy that people consume throughout the day. And now the environment reward provides is the total cost of energy throughout the day. So the grid prices dotted with the energy consumption of the office workers. Right. And so this building controller is basically getting a reward saying how much did that building spend on energy every day? And it's its job to lower that. So we showed some success in simulation. We were able to train the controller over many iterations to decrease energy price by a factor of around 66%. And this was really great. We tried a bunch of enhancements on this controller to speed up learning, because as you can see, each step here is a day. And so the vanilla case took around 30 years to really consistently create good prices. And so we implemented a surprise minimizing reward augmentation that worked pretty well. We meta learned from simulation to real world, and then we implemented a planning model in addition. So all these are tips and tricks that basically help the RL learn. Now, that's great, but are we really limited to just a building level controller. The next step that we kind of considered was bringing this controller up a step and setting the prices over a whole microgrid. And as many people here are probably not surprised to hear, the grid being a tree can be thought of as this multi-layer API, right? You have a microgrid and it sort of looks the same as just a building with several different occupants. And so we were able to implement much of the same architecture and much of the same techniques to create this microgrid level pricing. And the output was pretty promising. So we got consistent profit from this microgrid level aggregator, but then we also were able to decrease prices for the prosumers on the grid. So as you can see on the top row, these are, the orange line is buildings prices and their energy prices with the microgrid aggregator, and the blue line is without the aggregator. And so basically if the buildings are given the choice between the utility prices and the aggregator's prices or just the utility prices, they're able to consistently pick the price that's lower for them and save money. And so, you know, this seems like a pretty promising setup. And so the next step that we're curious to ask is, can we expand this even higher onto the grid? Can we have a collection of microgrids and have some sort of coordinated control over all of them? So can we coordinate the hierarchy of RL agents, and can this be done in a way that is novel, interesting, and effective? Just to like sort of provide a little bit of context, we are the first to really propose price setting with RL agents for demand response. Other people in the literature propose demand response agents that directly control appliances or directly control like certain buildings, but we argue that this is pretty brittle, right? You need to know like an exact mapping of what appliances buildings have. And if you add a building or change the appliance mix, you wind up needing to retrain a new agent with a different state space. Prices are great because they're this agnostic sort of rougher signal. And so that's cool. And the second bit of context is that in RL, in the literature of RL, there does exist something called hierarchical RL, but it's kind of different. It's when you have agent actions that are, you know, various low level effects on the environment, and the hierarchy is on those actions specifically. So if you've seen skill building RL or or like aggregate action RL, this is what we mean by hierarchical RL. So to propose to implement hierarchical within a hierarchy is novel. Okay, so what are the open questions that we're currently pursuing? One, can we do this in a privacy preserving way? And so we're currently implementing personalized federated hypernetworks as a way to set the weights of individual edge networks. Can we scale this up? So currently our building simulations are super computational. They're like they're localized optimizations that run each step. And so we are proposing to train a generative predictive model that would be a lot easier and enable us to simulate a grid with thousands of buildings. And finally, can we implement vehicle to grid behavior, right? And so this is when you have EVs in one microgrid that charge and then discharge in another microgrid in order to make a profit. And so the extension of our environment from microgrids, from single microgrids to multi-microgrids, allows us to test this specific and interesting mechanism. Finally, can we ensure fairness? Can we ensure fairness in how the prices are set? Each time you set prices, you risk socioeconomic unfairness, right? And so how can we, what mechanism can we have that not happen? There are other questions that we're interested in asking in this current line of work. If you have any ideas, questions, or comments, would love to collaborate with anyone. Please email me here. And thanks for the energizing opportunity to speak.
Sounds great. Any questions from the panelists?
We do have a question from the audience. Yeah, you can come up and.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. My question is more. Yeah, my question is more related to the performance of your solution when you are moving from the building to the microgrid to bigger things. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Also, in-person question for an in-person presentation. What a treat. Did the performance degrade as we went from a building to a microgrid? So to start, the vanilla performance wasn't fantastic in a microgrid. We didn't implement all of those little tweaks as we went up, just purely because of time. I would say in simulation, yeah, I don't have a great answer on like the training time. One of the areas of work that we had within the single building was taking the simulation and basically doing like a transfer onto a more complex simulation. And so I'd imagine that that would be super possible within our microgrid trained agent. We would just transfer it maybe to something more complex, and that would be the way that I would imagine we save on performance for sure.
I do have one question, if I might chime in. So when you're looking at sort of the price setting mechanism that you talked about on the office building scale, you're looking at sort of systems of people, right? It's like a human-centric application. And then when you talk about moving up in scale, you're suddenly kind of changing the unit from a human to a building, which interacts with people. But how do you think about that sort of change in the unit that you're considering, and how does that impact the research?
Yeah, I mean, that's a super good question, right? Because it's like the building will have certain loads that the human doesn't really have to worry about, right? I mean, and this is part of the beauty of using the RL like mechanism here, is that it's kind of agnostic to like exactly how the agent is responding to its prices. And given enough training, it should learn its the response.
Yeah, it's interesting because I imagine that there are things that you can do when your unit is a building that you can't forcibly change someone's behavior when you wouldn't want to do that, right? Because buildings ultimately serve people. But the way the algorithm can play with its knobs and levers can change depending on what kind of system you're looking at. So it's an interesting thing to think about. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Yeah. Sorry, I had something insightful to say, but it kind of flew away. Do you have a question?
Do we still have time, Shijia?
So I guess we are actually running out of time. So maybe we can take it offline. Also, we have the Slack channel set up as well. So if there are further questions or you guys want to have an offline discussion, please feel free to continue in the Slack channel as well.
Sounds good.
Okay. Ganesh, do you want to set up your screen?
Yep, we're on it.
So our last speaker of the session is Ganesh Ramanathan. Ganesh is pursuing his PhD at the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland on the topic of autonomous buildings under the supervision of Dr. Simon Meyer. He completed his master in computer science at ETH Zurich and his bachelor in mechanical engineering at the Government Engineering College, Jabalpur. He has worked as both an HVAC engineer and a project engineer at Siemens. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Sheila. Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic, autonomous buildings. So it sounds a bit grandiose, but buildings today, even modern day buildings, suffer from this problem
that systems and even like equipment and they require a lot of manual engineering and intervention during their operation. And the reason for this lies in a very classical and even parochial way they are engineered. So you have the stakeholders of the building and the building engineers, so that's the consultants and the domain engineers sitting together to chalk out the building requirements. They also take into consideration some norms and regulations. So out of this process comes out a number of artifacts. Some of them have a formal structure, but mostly informal artifacts, which are like human readable documents or formal artifacts like building information model or CAD drawings and so on. The consequence of having the semi-formal artifacts is directly visible on the building automation system. So it's a system which takes care of controlling and regulating the equipment in your building. The building automation system has these automation controllers, which has to be programmed with control strategies. So the building automation engineer up there, the only source of ground truth of what to engineer are these partially formal requirements that come as input. And as a result, based on the interpretation of this building automation engineer, you have these controllers programmed like right at the design time about their behavior, how they, for example, the rooms are controlled, or of how the boiler would supply energy to the rooms. So not just individual equipment, but also the coordination of the equipment is determined by this building automation engineer. So if I can put these pieces to...
Sorry to interrupt. I think your slides you're sharing the wrong screen maybe, or something went wrong with sharing. It's frozen. We don't see you flip the slides.
Okay. Okay. So what is it that you're seeing?
We see the PowerPoint, the entire view of the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I can see it. Oh, well, thanks for the feedback. Okay, so let's see how we can fix that.
Can you try share it again? Oh, now it works.
Okay, thanks and sorry about that, everyone.
Just for the benefit, oh no, my presenter doesn't work.
Can you try go back one slice?
Could you just maybe, let me try. Oh yeah, now it works.
Yeah, now works. Yeah.
Just a quick, just to help the graphics sink in. So the crux of the problem is that the requirements for the building are determined in a very informal manner. Only part of it is formalized in some artifacts. And as I mentioned, based on the semi-formal description of the building requirement, the building automation engineer engineers the behavior of the automation system. So for example, how the room equipment is controlled or how the boiler supplies energy to the room. So this demand response coordinations, all these are designed at the beginning based on the requirements. So I was here on this slide. The crux of the problem, as I mentioned, is the requirements which were implicitly constructed to determine the structure of the building. So what equipment serves what space and how do they interact? And also the requirements were based on the knowledge of how the process works, how heating systems and ventilation systems work. They were like based on this human understanding, the requirements. And so on top of this, the automation system has to rely on these requirements. So what the automation system misses is kind of like a formal way of reasoning and understanding the physical behavior of the systems and processes, or it even lacks a formal way of understanding and reasoning about what exists in the building. So for example, the automation controller for a room, if it wants to know what kind of sensors, actuators, radiators, and valves, and what are their capabilities, so the structure, or what would happen if I turn the valve to 100%, so the physical response of the building. So that's something else which it has to rely on implicit knowledge. If I can summarize this into one statement, building automation systems are extremely bound to design time decisions. And how do we counteract this? So the desire is to have adaptable and goal-driven systems. So goal-driven systems would add to the fact that if things change in the environment, it's a goal which serves as the lead line through the behavior. Of several possibilities that are available in terms of concepts and technologies, multi-agent systems, in particular, I'm looking at multi-agent systems based on so-called procedural reasoning to be very attractive for application in building automation systems. I'll try to explain what properties are these and why they are attractive. First of all, just a very brief overview of what exactly are multi-agent systems. So agents have this goal-driven behavior wherein the goals are taken in by these agents and they perceive the state of the environment, and then they look at their planning library, the strategies in which they can achieve the goal, and then they take actions on the environment. So it could be as simple as a temperature sensor, several strategies, how the temperature can be maintained in the room, and actions based on radiator or even simply opening the window, or the actions that can be committed on the environment. Of course, this makes the key properties that makes it autonomous are like its ability to react to changes and also be proactive in deliberating about the changes. However, real life applications of agents occur in multiple agents coordinating with each other to achieve their goals, even share their goals and work together. So in this case, in multi-agent system adds this dimension of being social and collaborative. This actually leads us that this kind of social collaboration needs to be governed and needs to be structured by something called as an organization. So this is the concept, or this is a specification of multi-agent system organizations. So at the organization level, the role of the agent, its social interaction, its norms and constraints are specified, but also multi-agent oriented programming tries to model environment as first-class citizens in the environment, so that the agents not only access but can also reason about the environment. So based on the very interesting property of multi-agent systems, the question is first, instead of once again designing the behavior of the agent systems, can I get this behavior? Can I decompose this behavior based on those requirements, building requirements? So this includes the global behavior, the local behavior of the agents, and also how the agents interact with each other. A kind of like a sub-question which ties me closely to the industry is, over the last 3 to 4 decades, building automation industry has developed very elaborate strategies or actions that are well-tested, well-proven solutions to act upon the environment. So the question is, can we reuse this knowledge base of how to act on the environment, which is specific to building automation? So this is my research landscape. Looks rather cluttered, looks rather wide, but I need to piece this together and stitch them together to solve the problem that I'm looking at. So at the center of it all is how do I take current day requirements and formalize it so that they can be used for decomposition into agent or organizational level goals. So the size of the bubble also indicates the size of the challenge here, because the landscape is heterogeneous. The semantic data for engineering is pretty heterogeneous. And then the decomposition, is it as simple as a goal decomposition tree, or how does it take into care constraints and interrelationships? Then, as I mentioned, once I have the goals of the organization and the agent, how do I take in those actions, those control strategy that the building automation industry has, to feed it into my agents for reuse. Then comes the building automation systems are in fact system of systems. So this prompts a question: how about organization? Can a single monolithic organization serve the purpose? And then finally, I mentioned like the access to physical models, for example, numerical models representing heating and cooling. Can the agents access this during their planning so that they can, in case of ambiguity or in case they want to validate their action, they can use this simulations. Finally, what's been going on? I've spent the last 1 year trying to put together BA ontologies, building automation ontologies. And this is again a wide landscape with a lot of fragmented ontologies. And I need to take this balance between usability and reusability. But at the moment, I have the ontologies that can help me describe the environment. And the other thing which I'm working on is how do I take this formal and semi-formal descriptions of requirement, for example, process diagrams. These are very classical input that we get from consultants and engineers. One way that we are working very actively on is to translate this into RDF semantic data. Yeah, so this is what's been going on in my research. I'm in my first year, so I would be very happy to hear your feedbacks and comments and ideas. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions?
We have one from the room.
So to what extent are your goals and I guess like state space based on your ontology, to what extent is that like all handwritten? Do you like construct it all, or is there learning that happens there?
Yeah, so the requirements themselves very seldom have very clear-cut goals. For example, an architect or consultant might say, the space temperature of this room should be maintained and it should be well ventilated. And then they might refer to norms which say, what does it mean? Then they might refer to standards, which might say, yeah, humidity and temperature should be at this level, the air quality should be at this. So there are no straightforward definition of a goal that should be achieved in a room automation system. So one part is to take in these low-level possibilities of how they can be achieved, how can temperature control be achieved, what are the norms associated with it, what are norms associated with air quality. And the moment we find in the requirements description the need to achieve thermal comfort, then we pick up these more detailed requirements and present it to the building owners or to the engineer and say, what did you exactly mean? It's because like there is always a gap in between. So it's a very tough problem. I mean, it's a very active problem in the industry. Thank you.
Jason, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation, and it is. I'm happy to see this very ambitious plan and interaction between ontologies and multi-agent systems. And as an author of Brick Schema, like Bharat and Balaji in the panel session there, but I also want to encourage you to push a little bit further to precisely define the requirements and put some effort on maintaining a concrete ontology for this problem, if you're willing to. We've seen many ontologies staying at the meta level, like the defining some meta structure, but that have not been actually adopted into the industry in the past decades. And I'd love to see how this effort can actually impact the industry by, adapting it to the existing ontologies and developing actual applications on top of it, and so on. So overall, great work, and I'd love to see more.
Thank you, Jason. Just a quick point on that. There are several interesting standards like the ISO 6144 for defining building automation systems, but unfortunately, they lack the backing of an ontology. So it makes it difficult to use machine understandability on it. So that's something we are working on.
Awesome.
Any other questions? Ganesh, you are the one who asked about the research depth and the breadth, the like a question earlier, right?
Yeah, yes. The question was about your question earlier, about I think in the panel session, but I just want to make a quick note, and if this is okay with the folks in the room. We're at the end of the second session here, and moving into another break and panel discussion. I just, for the folks that are present here in the room, there is coffee, I believe, downstairs on the first floor, so people are welcome to go make use of and take a little bit of a break. So I definitely encourage that. If the folks are online, want to take a break as well, I think we can try to reconvene in around 10 minutes and get started with the second panel discussion. Does that sound okay, Shajia, from your perspective?
Sounds okay. I do want to have a follow-up question regarding the presentation based on the previous question as well.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Well, we can do that quickly if you'd like. Okay.
Yeah, so I do see a lot of complicated structure, and it seems like a very broad topic in general. So I'm wondering whether you can maybe narrow it down to a specific problem and go in depth for the PhD work. That's a quick comment on that. And I think we can go get the coffee and get back to the discussion after getting the coffee. But just I kind of want to point out that your question also applies to your presentation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, my supervisor always says I have at least 3 to 4 PhDs in this picture, and but yeah, for me, to bring the effect into the industry, I either need to stitch up with other researchers which are going on. So that's why my presence in BuildSys. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's too much on one plate.
I think that's a question that we are always trying to answer, and we'll continue the discussion after the coffee break then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, everyone, and see you in about 10 minutes.
I guess you are back, right?
Yes, I think the in-person attendees are making full use of the break time, but we can certainly kick off the panel session with the virtual attendees if anyone has anything they want to talk about.
Yeah, especially for students, don't be shy. Also, it's really difficult to tell who's back, who's not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have a question. This is about like literature survey. Is there a specific way in which you do the literature survey? So usually I go on Google Scholar, I type some keywords, and I try like getting to different areas. So is there like, what are the practices that that you people follow, which you have for literature survey and finding out related works?
I think it's a good question. I can happy to share some of the things that I think different people have different approaches. I type keywords into Google Scholar too. One thing that Google Scholar does have that I appreciate is the ability to, you can look at articles and then see which articles have cited that article, and you can even filter that by time. So if you're looking for really recent articles that have looked at the same literature that you have, you can do that kind of filtering, since 2020, which articles have cited this article. Just the trick that I use, but I'm sure everyone else has different ways of going about it.
I do that too. Yeah.
Thanks for that tip. Yeah, that's useful.
I think a few other things that it's more efficient than doing Google Scholar is attend the talks at all these conferences, and usually that gives you a better perspective and especially the motivation. I guess that's why the feedback are what's a motivation, right? So those thinking process that sometimes it's better presented in the presentation rather than reading the paper. If you go to the details of the implementation, go to the paper, like not only the, say, attend the conference now because of the virtual conference, you can also find a lot of 1 minute video online and 1 minute or the entire talk online. Those are also quite useful. And I find, especially for the 1 minute thing, for a really good 1 minute video, that gives you a lot of inspiration already. And that is, you can start to search based on those new keywords even, or new terms that they use as well.
That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The panelist, anyone comes back yet?
I'm here.
Hi, Mustafa.
Hey, Shuja.
Want to share some thoughts on what will be an efficient way, or what will be your preferred way to find a literature survey or related work?
So I kind of feel like it's both of the points that you guys made was the probably the best phase, but if I can become lucky enough to find a good survey paper, that would help a lot. A lot of time I feel like if you survey papers are tricky because it also depends on who has written them. And how much insight they actually had, and also how old it is, because a lot of times survey papers are a little bit older than the state of the art, and depending on the field, that can be old enough to not be useful. But I think a lot of times in our field, it's okay to use survey papers that are recently useful. They're not that old. So that's one point that I wanted to add. But other than that, I think Google Scholar is a good option. And presentations and talks, that also depends, because a lot of times there are a lot of presentations. You can't go through all of them. So that network of people, knowing who is working on that project, and that is super important. Like just make that mental network of people who are working on this problem, and those are probably the people that you want to follow.
Thank you, Mustafa.
No problem.
Any other burning questions from the students, either in person or on Zoom?
So I would encourage everyone on Zoom to turn on their video if possible. If you are, this is not a requirement, but I think the virtual form is already hard. So let's try to make it the best use of this.
So I woke. So the reason I haven't turned on my video is that I woke up at like it's quite early in California, so I haven't tamed my hair yet. So yeah, you should give me a few minutes if you want me to turn that on. So one thing I kind of wanted to just remind you guys is that in the previous break, there was a question about depth versus breadth. I actually would like to know what you guys think. I think it's an important question, and I also think it's a different question for a professor rather than compared to a PhD student.
So I think that's like you need to find a balance, right? And that everyone has different balance. This is like the personality too, right? It's more like a personality of your research. So finding the proper depth and the width would make your topic very interesting and easy to follow, easy to understand. If you only work on very narrow area, it's hard to find. I'd say hard to find a collaborator or hard to get people to understand your work in depth. So having the breadth would be necessary. But if you do a lot of small project and only superficially, that's also a problem because we don't know whether you are capable of going depth. So you need both.
Yeah, I totally agree, Shadra. And one thing just like to specifically articulate is that, I think for me, part of doing a PhD is to be able to show that you can go in depth, right? You can get into the weeds, you can solve problems that come up as you really dive deeply into something. But just because you have that ability and you've demonstrated that by doing a PhD doesn't mean that everything you work on is going to be that way. And so to be able to show that you can go deep is one thing, but to spend all your time there is a different thing entirely. And I don't think that spending all your time on deep problems is a good use of time either.
So there's this thing that I always like in the beginning of my PhD, I had this thought process that you want to do literature review, you want to implement other methods and so on and so forth. But at the same time, there is always this question that if you spend too much time on that part of your PhD, then you might lose valuable time and you start to feel some pressure that you are not publishing or you are not doing work that you can get out. Like you might be in like, and I kind of feel like this pressure is kind of a real thing. But at the same time, I always had this thing, like when you look at people who have a lot of work, a lot of the time their research question, which to me is the most important part of the PhD process, is not very clear, it's not very well formed. And So yeah, I mean, I agree with you guys. I think there is a trade-off, but at the same time, that balance is not a very easy thing to see.
Just a little more opinionated thought about the balance between the breadth versus depth. I think it depends on it can also depend on the stages of your PhD. Like until you find your thesis, you want to poke around different topics and see what is really interesting. And you cannot know whether that problem is interesting or not until you actually dive into the problem. So you need a little bit of breadth at that point. But once you pick a good thesis, you would really need to go depth into the problem. I mean, that's the only way I think that your thesis or research topic is appreciated by others, because people want to see the in depth of your research topic. Yeah.
To be the devil's advocate here, so I guess one difficulty is when do you feel like a problem is interesting? Because there is always more thing to explore. There is always at some point you might say, okay, this is a good enough problem and I should go and explore this. But you might also feel like if I spend a little bit more time on this, I might get to more interesting parts of this problem. I might find a better research gap or so on. So I think that is the part that makes it tricky. It's like at what point this problem is a good enough problem for me to solve, to be able to do my PhD, to finish my PhD, and also be able to do it in time.
I think that part is art.
It is, yeah, I mean, definitely. And I think that's partly the job of the advisor too.
Yeah, I guess one efficient way to also keep both depth and breadth is that you make sure you are good at something in depth and seek for collaborations. Then you'll get the breadth.
I think it may be time to start the third session, unless anyone objects with a really quick question. Okay, I guess not. So thanks for that great discussion. We'll sort of continue with another discussion at the end of the third session. So I guess at the end of this session, there's no hard time limit with the start of the next one, but also we don't want to keep everyone around forever. Great. So I think we will go ahead and get started with session number 3. And the first presentation is by Xin Yang, who is online, who's at the University of Alberta. His presentation is called Towards Utility-Aware, Privacy-Preserving Censored Data Anonymization in Distributed IoT. So Xin Yang is a first-year PhD student supervised by Dr. Omid Ardakanian in the CS department at the University of Alberta. Xin, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Is my voice audible?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me quickly share the screen. Okay, first of all, thank you all the panelists for sharing the precious comments. It's also a really great learning process to attending the conference and listening to the panelists talk. Today, I'm going to talk about my PhD forum abstract paper. The title is Towards Utility-Aware, Privacy-Preserving Censored Data Anonymization in Distributed IoT. I'm a first-year PhD student from the CS department in the University of Alberta, and my name is Xin Yang. This is the outline of my today's topic. I will quickly skip this page. And let's first talk about the background. Mobile IoT have brought huge convenience to our daily lives, but a cruel fact is that more and more people are getting more cautious about purchasing or bringing such an IoT device into their homes because of the raising privacy concerns.
For example, here, the voice assistant speakers, the Amazon Alexa, Google Home have been accused of listening to people's daily conversations and also provide a personalized advertisement based on the topics that you mentioned. And also the motion sensor data captured from the wearable devices can be utilized by attackers to infer the user's gender, weight, or even height without the user's consent. And for the security camera, that's even worse. Basically, your everyday activity can be exposed to the public if the server is, for example, compromised. It's like, the big brother is watching you. And when we talk about the privacy preserving techniques, there have been many efforts that are even widely deployed in the industry. For example, the K anonymity, L diversity, and T closeness. These techniques, they are designed for the stationary databases, for the structured databases in the large data centers. But these techniques might not be suitable to deploy for the mobile IoT because of the sensors data streaming produced by the IoT sensors. And also differential privacy tries to add perturbations to the data sets, but this will likely to decrease the data utility. And for the secure multi-party computation and homomorphic encryption, these two techniques tries to incorporate cryptographic algorithms and provide information theoretic security. However, both of the two algorithms would introduce very high computational overhead and will require very powerful computational resources, which might not be a good choice for the resource-constrained mobile IoT devices. So here we identify the challenges for the privacy preserving in mobile IoT is that we need to provide low latency data processing, which should be near real time to maximize the user experience. And meanwhile, we need to minimize the impact on the data utility. On the right side, this is an example for a sensor data anonymization application. For example, a user tries to use the motion sensor captured in their wearable devices to perform human activity recognition. And here, to give a brief intro, the anonymizing sensor data refers to that we try to reduce some patterns in this time series sensor data such that the modified data can retain the utility to perform the desired application, for example, like the activity recognition. And meanwhile, the modified data will not be able to be utilized by attackers to infer the private attributes. A typical data processing pipeline for IoT is that we first try to extract some useful features representations from the time series sensor data, and we feed them into like a machine learning model or deep learning model to perform, for example, human activity recognition. However, such a sensor data could also be utilized by attackers to infer private attributes without the user's consent. Toward this end, there have been recently many studies focusing on using deep learning as a solution. Deep learning, we here categorize the deep learning-based method mainly into two categories. The first category is that the researchers tries to anonymize the feature representations extracted from the sensor data. But however, this approach has a drawback is that this is only applicable for the applications that are specifically designed based on top of the extracted feature representations. If other applications want to take advantage of the anonymized feature representations, then they must rewrite their applications. To address this, another category was proposed based on the encoder-decoder architecture. This method tries to anonymize the sensitive user information in the latent feature representations extracted by an encoder. And then they utilize a decoder to reconstruct the sensor data such that the reconstructed data has the same format as the raw data set. In this way, the legacy application can still take advantage of the obscured data set. But a problem for both of these techniques is that typically they require publicly available data set to perform training process, but this might not be practical, especially in the mobile IoT, because this is an emerging area and the service providers usually need to collect their own data to train for example, a novel model for the novel IoT applications. And in this case, the users has to first expose their raw sensor data to the service providers, and these raw data are not protected. So having this in mind, a straightforward solution would be someone say, can we just use federated learning? Federated learning is an effective approach to offload the model training from a central server to multiple participating users, such that each user can train a local model using their own device local data. This can effectively protect the user's local training data set. However, we also identified there are some issues by simply using federated learning. The first is that in the IoT setup, each user usually have very limited data samples, which might not be enough to properly converge a local model. And the second is that the feature distributions can be significantly imbalanced among users. For example, in the example of human activity recognition, user A might, his daily activities could include like walking, running, swimming, and yoga. But for user B, it might only include like running and walking. So it's significantly imbalanced distribution. And the third is that federated learning essentially produces a single universal model, which might not be able to satisfy the privacy utility trade-offs for all the participating users. So toward this end, we propose our method. This is a diagram for it. It looks complicated, but I will explain it later. It's a distributed data anonymization framework leveraging meta-learning. And we propose our mechanism based on an encoder-decoder based architecture so that we can effectively anonymize the sensitive user information. And meanwhile, we can maximize the utility of the anonymized data set. And also we employ a distributed training mechanism to protect the privacy of the user data. But instead of using federated learning, which simply averaging the user's model updates, here we try to adapt meta learning into a distributed learning method, such that the model can be optimized towards a certain point. This point might not be an optimal point for every user, but this point is so close to the optimal point of every user. And through just a single step adaptation, a central model can be easily adapted to fit every user's optimal point. And also our model is compatible with future learning, so we can work on the small data sets from the user side. And the next stage of our work focuses on trying to quantify the privacy utility trade-off. We propose to develop our own mobile apps to collect the real world sensor data. And also we will collect the user feedback about their privacy utility trade-offs based on subjective rating scales. Having our own data set and user feedbacks, we try to design effective metrics that can measure the similarity of different users' privacy preferences, such that users can be categorized based on this. And the service providers can further provide fine-grained services for certain user groups. And meanwhile, we also plan to study the security threats and defense mechanisms. In a distributed learning setting, an attacker can easily pretend as a legitimate user to participate in the model training, and the attacker can try to upload carefully designed malicious updates to the server to corrupt our central model. This is known as the model poisoning attacks. And try to study this attack, we try to design a simulator to model the malicious model updates using the generative adversarial networks. And meanwhile, we plan to incorporate the adversarial training samples during the training process so that our server can have the robustness to tolerate a certain part of the adversarial model updates. So to conclude, our work aims to extend the protection of the sensor data to its entire life cycle. And by doing this, we can further strengthen the trust between users and service providers. And having the unlimited access to the anonymized sensor data, we envision that the service providers can fully utilize the anonymized data set to develop their novel data-driven IoT applications, so their potential can be unleashed. So by here, I will end my talk, and I would like to give a special thanks to my supervisor, Dr. Omid Arkanian, and below are our contact information. Thank you all for your attention, and I'm willing to take any questions.
So I guess I had one question, and I want to recognize that I'm not an expert in many of the things that you talked about, but one thing caught my attention, which was this notion of the trade-off between privacy and utility. And so I'm curious, is that necessarily always a trade-off? Is it, would it ever be possible to reframe it as gaining the same amount of utility while preserving privacy to the level that we care about? Like, does it necessarily have to be a trade-off? And if I'm totally off base, just tell me that too.
Well, yeah, in most cases, our approach, anonymizing the sensor data will essentially be adding some modifications to the raw data, so that, for example, in a voice recognition application, the voice recognition model was essentially based on the unchanged raw voice data. But if we add any changes to that, we're essentially reducing some sort of information. So in that kind of base, it's very possible that the utility of the data will be decreased in order to gain some level of privacy. So that I would say that in most of the cases, there will be a trade-off between the data utility and privacy. However, our focus is that different users might have different preferences on this trade-off. For example, some users would say, I would like to have more utility. I don't care my privacy. But some users may say, I don't care about your utility. I want my full privacy. So our focus is trying to adapt to the need of different users and to create an adaptive model that can fit every user's need. So I hope this could answer your question.
I think we have a question from the audience.
So I'm wondering whether, sorry.
No, I can go next. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. So I'm wondering whether you can comment on how do you define this utility? It's like if I acquire the data, I can do a lot of things whether you want it or not, right? So how do you define this as a concept of utility?
Yeah, this is also a great point which we are trying to address. And in our current stage, we don't have a very clear answer because we are still, it's an ongoing project. And our insight is that for the utility, for example, we can define the utility by quantifying it into some kind of digits, like the percentage of the desired application. For example, still using the example of voice recognition, we could use the recognition accuracy as a quantifiable metric to indicate the utility of the data set. And I hope this can make it clear a bit.
Yes, I assume then that means type of task or the quality of the label, or there are a lot of things that would impact the utility then.
Yeah, that's the case. And here, the utility, we are actually referring to how effective the anonymized data can be used to serve its original purpose. For example, the original purpose is voice recognition or human activity recognition. The anonymized data should retain high utility. This means the anonymized data should still achieve high performance in those applications, so that the user experience will remain in the same level without like too much sacrifice in the performance of the original application.
So is this a method or algorithm variant or invariant thing? The accuracy will change if I use different learning algorithm, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And so that it is actually a challenge in this project to properly define what will be like a decreased utility and what will be like the utility is in the same level. So it's actually a problem that needs to be addressed to properly quantify the utility.
So I guess your goal is to do it invariant way.
I'm not sure about what the invariant refer to in this case. Would you
like a method invariant, the algorithm invariant? Like it doesn't matter what algorithm I use, it should be something not related to algorithm.
Is the algorithm referring to the anonymization algorithm or the
like whatever that gives you accuracy?
Hey, it's
yeah.
interrupt, but I think maybe you guys can continue this conversation offline. I don't want to fall too far behind schedule, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, but yeah, I think certainly those are interesting discussions, and I encourage you guys to connect and talk about it more offline. So I do want to introduce our next speaker, and this one is another in-person talk. So I'm going to pull up those slides and simultaneously introduce our next speaker. So Mariana Cunha at the University of Porto. Mariana received her bachelor's and master's degree in informatics engineering in 2017 and 2019, respectively, from the University of Coimbra here in Portugal. And currently she is a PhD student enrolled in the doctoral program in computer science at the University of Porto. Mariana works as a researcher at CISUC and INESC-TEC. I'm sure those can be pronounced in a better way, being data privacy, location privacy, and privacy preserving data mining are her main research activities. So let me share my screen. And let's see how this goes this time around. So folks in the Zoom room, are you seeing the slides?
Not in presentation form.
Not in presentation mode.
Yeah.
That is strange. First, okay. I just don't know how to, okay, let me try this. How is that working?
Yep, it's working.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. So thank you for the introduction. Okay. Better? Yeah, okay. So my name is Mariana Cunha. I'm a PhD student at University of Porto, and I'm affiliated to CISUC and INESC-TEC. And today I'm going to present an abstract of my PhD entitled Privacy Preserving Mechanisms for Heterogeneous Data Types. Nowadays, data is being continuously collected by different devices and for different purposes. Although the benefits that can come from this data collection, both to the users and to the service providers, when sharing data, we are exposing our information with entities that have the capacity to sell and or to share our data, or even to make our data public which raises serious privacy concerns. In order to solve the existing privacy issues, there is a common approach that consists of using privacy-preserving mechanisms. As represented in the figure, we have the raw data that is collected, then we apply the privacy-preserving mechanism, and we obtain the private data. However, designing privacy-preserving mechanisms is quite challenging, not only by the need of developing mechanisms that need to deal with different data types, but also by the lack of existing privacy definition. Considering these aspects, the main question that we aim to answer in this PhD is how to preserve privacy in the context of different data types. So within this question, we identified some challenges, namely the lack of a standardized privacy definition, which makes it difficult to measure and to quantify privacy risks, but also how to prevent these privacy risks. Considering these different data types, there might exist correlations that can be explored to compromise privacy as well. Another challenge is related to learning from data with privacy guarantees, especially in this context of different data types and data correlation. And lastly, another challenge is related to the fact that users are often unaware of the privacy risks when sharing data. From these challenges, we identify the objectives of this thesis. So the first one is to systematize the privacy assessment of privacy-preserving mechanisms. The second one is to develop mechanisms that are able to deal with different data types and data correlation. Then we want to also in this context to develop mechanisms that are able to learn from data with privacy guarantees, considering different data types and data correlation. And finally, by proposing these mechanisms, we aim to raise privacy awareness and to empower users. However, considering that heterogeneous data types is a vast scope, we selected location data as our use case. When sharing location data, we might reveal users' identity, interests, habits, or even health conditions. So sharing location data is especially critical. Moreover, by selecting location data, we will be able to explore the correlation between location data itself, but also we will be able to explore the correlation between location data and other data types. As mentioned in the slide, 10 to 30% of human movement can be explained by social relationships. So by exploring the correlation between location data and social data, we might disclose sensitive and private information about users. Now I'm going to detail a little bit more the research challenges and the expected contributions. So from the literature review, we concluded that existing privacy-preserving mechanisms are mainly focused on a specific data type, even if they are then adapted to other contexts. However, in real-world scenarios, we might need to release different data types at the same time, and current solutions tend to deal with data types independently, or few mechanisms try to deal with data types at the same time, but they only consider two data types. Therefore, we want to first understand the impact of different data types in the privacy and utility level of privacy-preserving mechanisms, and then we want to contribute to novel mechanisms that are able to deal with different data types. When thinking about different data types, there might exist correlations among data that, as we can see, can lead to unwanted disclosures. Considering the use case of location data, we might have, for instance, temporal correlation, spatial correlation, or social correlation. In previous works, we studied the frequency of reports, and as we can see in this figure, that allows us to better understand the impact of frequency of reports in the privacy level. When we have higher frequency of reports, there is the black point. It will be easier to track the user location, and then, of course, the privacy level is lower. On the other hand, if we consider a lower frequency of reports, it might be difficult to track the user location, or at least we will release less information about the user, or we will disclose less information, and of course the privacy level is higher. Beyond studying the intercorrelation between location data itself, we now want to understand the impact of data correlation between different data types, and also use this data correlation as a feature to improve the privacy and utility level of mechanisms. Building on the previous aspects, data correlation is typically used in the context of machine learning, but machine learning often disregards the privacy aspects. So, although there are some private learning approaches that can be divided into in-process, pre-process, in-process, and post-process. For instance, we can anonymize the input data or change a little bit the objective function to not learn private information, or as a post-process approach, we can anonymize the output data. We now want to understand not only the impact of the privacy requirements when learning from data, but also the impact of different types of data and the impact of data correlation when learning from data. To conclude, I will just like to summarize the tasks that will be performed during this PhD thesis. So we started by proposing a privacy taxonomy that relates the different data types with the proper privacy preserving mechanisms. This taxonomy is already published and allows us to select the proper privacy preserving mechanism according to the type of data. Now we are working on a privacy framework. This privacy framework will allow us to systematize the privacy assessment of the privacy preserving mechanisms. And the next steps will be the development of privacy preserving mechanisms for different data types, considering the data correlation, the development of mechanisms to learn from data with privacy guarantees, also considering different data types and data correlation. And finally, we will assess the viability of the proposed mechanisms while raising privacy awareness and empower users with our solutions. And that's it. Thank you all.
I think we have a question from the room.
Cool presentation. I have a question about the last flow. So you can either perturb the input, the objective, or the output and have similar ends. Is it the case that doing a hybrid approach of multiple perturbations, for example, perturbing both the input and the objective, will help your aim, or will it like hurt it by introducing too many degrees of freedom?
Yeah, this is a possibility. Now we want to understand exactly the impact of using only a pre-process approach or both, or an hybrid approach, and then understand how the privacy requirements will affect this learning from data, using or not using a privacy approach. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions from the online participants? Thank you so much. Okay. Once again, I will simultaneously pull up the next slides and introduce the next speaker. Can the folks at home see that okay? Great, thanks. Okay, so our next and final speaker, unfortunately, for the PhD forum is Munkenyi Mukandi from the University of Coimbra, our local institution. And the title of this talk is Decentralized and Scalable Security for IoT Devices. So Munkenyi is a PhD student at CISUC, the Department of Informatics Engineering at the University of Coimbra. He received his master's degree in Advanced Security and Digital Forensics at Edinburgh Napier University in the United Kingdom in 2015. And his current research interests are about distributed and decentralized security for the Internet of Things. Munkenyi?
Okay, hello, good afternoon to you all. My name is Munkenyi, and my talk is about decentralized and scalable security for IoT devices. My advisors are Professors Joao Vilela and George Granjal of University of Porto and Coimbra, respectively. So my outline of this presentation is as follows. I will start with a brief introduction of IoT and the challenges of IoT, as well as the challenges in engineering solution for IoT security. Then the state of the art, some of the findings will be seen. And then I will describe a little bit about our study and expected contribution, and I will conclude my talk. So the security of IoT, from the start, the vision of IoT was more like to have intelligent autonomous systems, you see, to assist us in different tasks. And this we have accomplished. For example, we can see the benefits in different sectors, in health, for example, in environmental monitoring, in military, etc. But with this advancement of technology, we have opened us more vulnerabilities in terms of our security. So most of the companies, for example, if they get an attack, a cyber attack, they might lose core assets, you see. And also, there are right now GDPR penalties. So this is a huge financial burden to most of the starting companies. So the problems with implementing security that will provide solution for our current problems can be seen as most of the IoT devices are more like functionality oriented. So more it's a market economics problem. Most of the companies, they tend to neglect those expensive security features and focus more in the functionalities of the devices. So this is one of the challenges. Another challenge related to engineering a security solution is our trend of moving from more isolated, for example, in the past to cloud-based, now to more open networks. So we are talking here about 5G and 6G. We are moving, for example, in smart grid legacy devices from more isolated systems with many vulnerabilities to more open networks. So this heightens the risk. And another challenge is related to the heterogeneity of the devices. So devices are coming from different manufacturers, you see. They do have similar functionalities, but the underlying architecture is different. So engineering and security is also a huge task here. And the last one is related to the rapid growth of deployments of IoT devices. You see, the forecast is exponentially increasing. But with all these, there are some recommendations. For example, the National Institute of Security of Technology in USA, they are saying authentication is a minimum requirement. So to move forward in solving these problems, authentication is the key. So from the literature review, the highlights are as follows. There are many user-to-device communication security solutions, but we are in pressing need of more device-to-device authentication mechanisms. And this can be seen, for example, the use of QR codes, the use of passphrases, the location data to authenticate users, but for device-to-device, we are lacking a bit. But with our fewer device-to-device security mechanisms, most of them, they do have flaws as well. So we do have them, but they have weaknesses. We need to improve them. So some of them are mostly centralized, and this is a big problem in terms of management of security credentials, etc. Also, some are very limited to specific technologies. For example, the RFI devices are limited to RFI technology, and also carrier networks, it is more for the industrial networks. Okay, so we do have those. Also, we have the distributed security solutions. So these are more like a similar like mandate to provide security for the IoT, because the IoT is more distributed and decentralized. But also they have weaknesses in terms of node trust. So an intruder can inject, for example, a malicious node, and nobody will know if this node is functioning or what it does. So that's the problem. Okay, some of the security solution as well, for example, the fingerprinting and the transfer learning, as well as machine learning, they are more ineffective. They are not very effective in identifying unknown devices, which also related to the fake node introduction in the networks. So the task is to research and propose novel security solutions that will provide a relief for current problems. So our research studies and questions are more related to providing novel, decentralized, constraint compatible security solutions for the current problems. And our research questions can be seen as, for example, how to evolve the current security mechanism to more decentralized, also constraint compatible solution. And how to truly achieve decentralized, for example, authentication that is scalable and can scale with more devices. And with all these, we do not want to abandon existing security solution. For example, OAuth2 framework, the GDOI protocol for the smart grid. We want also to integrate our solutions to provide security in those existing protocols. And our target is more for critical applications, smart home, as well as wearables. So one of the approach to achieve this is by utilizing correctly a blockchain-based security mechanisms. And this can be seen from the benefits of the blockchain. For example, it can eradicate the centralized processing, because most of the IoT gateways are the main targets right now. It is easier to attack one target in the network than multiple distributed points that manage and manage security. Other benefits from the use of blockchain-based security mechanisms can be seen as we can also have a way to know what the devices are doing, as well as we can share securely our data with the entities we trust. So our expected contribution, some of them are already published. They are mainly for a starting point is to have a scalable identity management as well as authentication as a minimum requirement. And we can build from there as a stepping stone to more security mechanisms. So some of the findings can be seen in the references above. And also we plan to provide more extensive evaluation of our approaches, as well as integration to the existing systems, as I have pointed before. And in the future, we intend to investigate more on the root of trust, which is we see as after the network level security, we do need that hardware level, because most of the assumptions are that the device is not under physical attack, but an intruder can take the device and also divulge the security keys physically. So we need also to protect in the hardware of the device. To conclude, so most of the literatures, you can see most of the mechanisms, they are centrally managed, and this can be a problem when you are dealing with more number of devices. And with this, they do lack resiliency, of course. And in future work, we do intend to investigate more in the lightweight blockchain mechanisms, specifically to address the real-time applications for the smart grid, and also to provide a revocation mechanism, for example, of compromised devices and optimization protocol for our authentication. So I thank you for your attention, and I would like to open the floor for discussion, questions. Thank you.
We have a question from the audience.
Thanks for the nice talk. Just a very small thing, blockchain, if you apply it to constrained devices, like small embedded devices, which are energy harvested, how do you see the feasibility there?
Yes, this is one of the part of our investigation. We do intend to provide, for example, there are some techniques to make the blockchain compatible with these scenarios. For example, offloading of computations, the use of lightweight nodes. You see, it is also one of the solutions here. So we are investigating that, and in terms of our authentication protocol, how is it constrained compatible? We are using a lightweight version of identity management. So here, what we are doing, we have done 3 stages. Stage 1 was creating lightweight identities, for example, from the device attributes. So this is like a hash signature that can be stored in the device, which is constrained in terms of memory, etc. And we have achieved that for the first stage. So it is part of the investigation, yeah, and the study. Thank you for your question.
Yes. One more question.
A lot of these IoT devices are based on standards. For example, like ZigBee is very common in smart homes. How do you see your work getting embedded into these standardization organizations?
Yes, the standardization is also a major problem in engineering a solution here. I didn't put it in the presentation, but it is a great point. Yes, we do lack standards for IoT security, for sure. Yeah, that's a problem as well.
Do you see the solution you proposed sort of relies on blockchain as the decentralization mechanism? Is that the only way to achieve the decentralized vision that you're looking at?
No, it's not the only way, but it's one of the most interesting approach right now, because most of the decentralized, for example, distributed solutions that are non-blockchain, they do have many problems. For example, if you want to go that way, you will need to engineer your own data modification approach, you see. You will need also to deal with the scaling, you see. So blockchain mechanisms are already built in, it has already built in security measures that you can leverage, you see, in finding your solution in IoT security. So that's the main reason we see this as an interesting approach.
What do you see as the way to sort of evaluate the solution that you propose against, like you mentioned, these other decentralized approaches? I mean, you can make, theoretically it's more scalable, but are you hoping to sort of create applications and do testing in some way with a physical environment, or just what's your evaluation strategy?
Okay, yeah. For right now, the task was to provide a scalable authentication system, you see. So right now we only leveraged simulation, you see, because we didn't have many devices to experiment with. So the only way for now it was simulation. But in the future, we intend to do feasibility study, for example, with we have done with 1 devices, but we need more. You see, that's a challenge as well. Yeah.
I find myself asking questions that might make your PhD too long, so I apologize for that, but that's a common theme, I think. Any other questions from the Zoom room? If not, thanks everyone for listening, and thanks for the wonderful presentation. And I think now the goal is to sort of organically transition back to a kind of panel discussion with both the folks in the room, the panel online, and the students online. I'd invite people to sit closer if you feel comfortable, because it is a great distance between us in physical space. And yeah, anyone who has any questions or thoughts, either from the panel or from the students, we'd invite them.
Maybe everyone is tired. It's been a couple of hours, but don't be shy. If you guys have any questions, let us know.
So there's a question from the audience, sort of what kind of questions, which is a good point. So the idea is, not necessarily, if something in one of the presentations you thought was super interesting, you could certainly ask that. But if you're just curious to hear from the panel about, what our experiences during our PhD, how we chose our career path afterwards, what are some things that you learned that you didn't think you would learn in your PhD? I don't know. I don't want to ask the questions for you, but anything just about doing a PhD in general. And actually, do we have a microphone that we can pass around? Is that possible?
You can do that with the speaker.
With this speaker? Okay.
That speaker will interfere with the mic and the.
Which one?
Any mic, because the audio system is over there.
Yeah.
It will interfere and because the echo.
So we have to use this one. Okay, so I apologize, anyone in the audience who has a question, you do have to come up to ask your question. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, this is weird to bend down, but I guess I'll do it. Yeah, I guess I have a question, because there are so many PhDs now being dedicated towards MLification, or just basically models for X and Y and Z. I guess I'm looking at what are the future challenges going to be, or what does the panel think in terms of, let's say, a good percentage of the students working on machine learning. What kind of issues are we going to face in the future? Or will this make our systems more brittle? Are we expecting that in the future? Things like that. I guess these are some of the concerns that I have, working in a similar space as well. Thanks.
Thanks.
Panelist, anyone wants to comment on this?
I can take a shot. Oh, okay. That's a good question. And the way I see machine learning today is how maybe programming was back in 70s. So we are kind of in the initial days, we discovered that this is a great tool that can do a lot of things, but it breaks a lot and it doesn't really scale well. And there are lots of issues like privacy we just talked about, and drift across time, figuring out what is happening over long periods of time. So lots of good proposals in the doctoral colloquium today. So it's hard to anticipate what will be the biggest challenge 10 years from now, 20 years from now. But these things will remain fundamental. Is this robust? Can this be validated? Is this secure against attacks? Are we going to make it energy efficient, put it on the edge device and run it in a tiny chip? So we'll keep coming back to this in different formats. And you can see that to the programming world in the 70s, and it's still a problem today.
And just to add from a slightly different perspective, I think one of the things that's great about this conference is that we kind of have this blend of like civil engineering, mechanical engineering with computer sciences coming together. And from my experience on the civil engineering side, I think a challenge that often comes up is, you design a solution for addressing air quality in a city or something like that. And then you go to a local official and you say, I have this model that tells us more about how air pollution is distributed across the city and helps us predict certain things. But if it's just a neural network or something and you can't explain it's working to a local official, sometimes there's a little bit of hesitation on their part to adopt it. And so I think one of the challenges that I think we're in a great place, we're poised to address as this community, is to think about how to make these interpretable and be confident in the way that we present, results from our machine learning models.
So I work in this space, and like I think very much in the vein of, does P equals MP? It's like ideological. There are people that believe that P does equal MP, and they're going to prove that. And I personally happen to believe like a similar analog for machine learning, which is, can machine learning answer all questions? Like, I do believe that many people don't. You mentioned problems in machine learning. In my opinion, one of the biggest problems in machine learning is that it's so hot to the business community. And like, that's not exactly an academic problem, right? But like, we have all these like business students coming in like, oh, I'm going to use ML for this and that. And I think they give it a bad name because they like don't understand how it's used. They don't understand which problems it can currently solve. The problems machine learning can currently solve are best known as like 51-49 problems. It's when you need it to succeed 51% of the time and fail, and you can tolerate failure 49% of the time. And these are very different than 99-1 problems, which is you need to succeed 99% of the time. So like in a machine learning stock machine can do really well, right? Because you don't care if 49% of your time the stocks don't do well. But it describes why machine learning oftentimes maybe can't recommend drugs for somebody or something like that. And now there are ways to address this by piling more machine learning on top of that, right? Making things robust, or like avoiding worst case scenarios. But a lot of those techniques are still in their infancy. I would say finally, it's like very helpful to just put a bound on what is machine learning and what isn't machine learning, and to define it briefly. Like, machine learning is just advanced statistics. Like a regression is a form of machine learning, right? It summarizes your data set into a few parameters. And so to that extent, like, it's not this magical thing. It's just more computation on top of like existing computation. And so maybe that helps to think about it.
I guess from the IoT perspective, it's like we are trying to make things that allow us to be lazier. And if the machine learning do a good job, that allows us to be even lazier. So there's always, I agree with comments on the robustness. This is always a question, or always being the ultimate goal that we are trying to pursue, right? Because say we see a lot of smart building systems, smart home, that all builds upon the machine learning algorithm. But when can I use it? Like my neighbor was like an 80-year-old lady, and every time I talk about all these great systems, you know, it can learn your behavior, it can learn your information. Oh, great! But when can I use it? So that's still a challenge for all these systems, all these machine learning algorithms. When can it be robust enough that we actually can use it? I guess that's why you guys are doing a PhD and trying to figure that out.
Ganesh?
So yet another question on a bit of a meta level. Often I hear the statement, that's an engineering problem and that's a research problem. so it kind of like sometimes it's like this divide seems to come artificially. Like, so if it's a solution that is present and you discover it, it just appears to be, oh, it was there, you just engineered it. But I often also see these solutions, the moment someone adds a machine learning angle to it, like it suddenly becomes an academic problem. So there's like a kind of a false tendency towards taking a problem that's actually engineering and then converting it to a research problem. So what's your general opinion on this divide that exists?
Did everyone in the Zoom room hear the question?
I can go again.
Yeah.
Good question. Short answer for me, engineering versus science, is that when you're about to do something, you shouldn't know the answer. That's research. If you know the answer, it's engineering. And there's gradient in that. You can figure out which part of the spectrum you're in. Whether machine learning, if you suddenly add machine learning to that, that becomes science. I don't think so. But a lot of the times you don't know what machine learning will give you. So that's where maybe this confusion comes in. But if it's just standard machine learning with features and output, that's engineering. It's no longer science. You need to have that hypothesis and risk assessment in order to be called science. I don't know what others think.
I think it gets a little tangled when you start to think like, well, will this do it faster? Will it do it better? By how much? Does that make sense? Like, it becomes a little bit harder to distinguish.
Yeah, it can be harder to distinguish if you're kind of, in my opinion at least, just hammering on the problem by optimizing, say, 2%, and you're using known processes to get there. In my head, that's more engineering. But if you're fundamentally changing the way the problem is being solved, and that gives you 300%, that's definitely more on the research side. Some of the things like machine learning, you see papers like this in BuildSys and all, the community hasn't discovered that tool, and someone brings a new tool to solve the problem and give that 300% boost. So that's one another reason why machine learning becomes so popular in all the communities.
I have a quick follow-up question to that. Oh, was the time up? Sorry.
I'm just saying the boundary, whether it's an engineering problem or a research problem, it's blurry now, especially in this community, because you have to do a really good engineering work to get to the research problem, a lot of times. And is that part you count as pure engineering? No, that's still research, right? So the blurry, it's okay to be blurry, just like as long as eventually you get to the like a fundamental problem that no one knows the answer to, and you're discover, or you're pushing the knowledge boundary a little bit forward, that's good enough.
Yeah, just one thing that this conversation is making me think about is just some of the funnest parts of research are when you have that creative experience, when and I think this is fundamentally research, when you come up to a roadblock and you have to change the way you think about it, or sketch on a piece of paper for an hour and try to come up with different solutions. Like that is probably like 100% research, and I think like leaning into that experience can be a really rewarding part of doing research.
And sometimes I do think that most of the research are done when we write and polish the paper and make the slides. That's when we actually ask ourselves a lot of whys, right? That's the research for me. Like that's when you actually go in depth to understand, we know that this method works, but why? Or those are the research moments, I'd say.
Yeah, Lucas?
I'm not sure if there's another question from the Zoom group.
Was there another question from the Zoom room?
I think Nabil.
I think I just
Nabil.
wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask, like, so usually, do you like start with a research hypothesis and then build stuff, or you build stuff and then you figure out that, hey, this seems like a good research problem. Let me fit a hypothesis. Let me compare it with other solutions, and then make it something which is publishable and part of your research.
I think that's, for me, that's iterative, and sometimes it takes some serendipity, like, oh, that's something interesting. But there's no formula for this. It's really an iterative process.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You start with a hypothesis, turns out the answer is not interesting, but resulting from that, you come up with more hypotheses, and eventually the 10th level hypothesis is the one that gives you the paper level idea.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, thanks.
Catherine? Catherine, is your hand up? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. All right, so I have a follow-up kind of on Nabil's question. I'm a new PhD student, and in doing the literature review, I have found that there's a lot of overlap in a lot of research. So it's the same idea, but maybe just like a different ML tool or things like that. So the first part of my question is, when you were doing your PhD or in your current work, how do you go about maybe like distinguishing your work or kind of following that some kind of original path? And secondly, in the realm of energy management, IoT, energy flexibility, what are there any areas that you think are kind of currently underexploited, just to help out people kind of getting into the industry a bit more?
I can take a stab at the first part. Well, or just share some experiences. I mean, I think I remember having this experience doing my PhD where I started working on something and 75% of the way through it came across a paper that I was like, oh no, this is too close to what I've done. And I'm sure a lot of people have had that experience. But I would say that that's very common, and maybe people will disagree with me, but I would argue that is common. And B, I think what it forces you, what you realize ultimately is that what you're doing is probably different from what other people are doing, because you're coming at it from a different starting point. Like you may not have been looking at the exact same thing that this other paper is looking at. And what it forces you to realize when you like come up to this conundrum is that you start to think more about what your contribution actually is, right? You can say, I'm trying to solve climate change, or you can say, no, I'm trying to make buildings more energy efficient, or I'm trying to make buildings more energy efficient by doing this. And there's this kind of these levels of granularity of what your research is actually doing. And when you come across this work that may seem similar to yours, as you go down this analysis of what your contribution actually is when you start to realize how you can position it as separate. And maybe that's a little too high level, and other folks have some other things to chime in with, but just some thoughts for me.
Yeah, I want to say something about that, and then kind of also ask my own question. So like the biggest piece of advice I have on that particular point is that that even though that does happen, like do not give into the impulse not to read the literature as a result, right? Like you can avoid reading the literature and then never find out that you actually copied someone's idea, but then ultimately that's going to be really bad for you. So still try to read the literature as much as you can. And if you do find a similar idea, try to understand why they did it, and read their future works, and you'll often wind up leapfrogging them just a little bit. And then like, there's just this space of research is so large and multidimensional that even a small tweak, maybe not on the axis of their methods, but on the axis of their applications or something, can distinguish yourself pretty easily. So I would say actually not that difficult to carve out your own unique like path. If it's okay, I kind of wanted to ask like the panel if you could like, do you have any like hints or tricks or do you have something that like really changed the way you did research, that where there was like a before and an after during your PhD and where you really felt like a better researcher afterwards?
I can answer Lucas's question in a few ways. I just wanted to remind that Catherine had a second part to her question, which we didn't get to. So maybe someone can answer that. It's a hard question, and a lot of people are writing proposals here, so they may not want to reveal what they're doing. So there's that. Yeah, to Lucas's question, I think I had several times when I realized, oh, this is a game changer, and I should be doing that going forward. One is, given that you've published many papers already, you probably know this, ownership of your project is something really important to kind of carry it forward to the point where it completes and has all the things needed for a successful publication. And this is something I didn't realize when I was starting out, and only in my second paper or so, it's like I realized, oh, I have to make sure that these things have to be completed. The co-authors, whatever they're responsible for, you have to go back to them, make sure that they complete their work and so on. So that was something I thought was valuable. Something else that I learned going from academia to industry was a lot of people, like in academia, if you just show the prototype to work, it would get published and you're kind of done. In industry, you kind of care a lot about scale and whether it's going to work in a real product. So bringing that analysis gives a lot of rigor to what you're doing. So you care certainly about each and every detail about what you are working on. Of course, you may not be able to solve all the problems, but just thinking about them adds that rigor, even if you just list them as limitation. This realization also made me think more deeply about the methods I'm using. The technical details do matter. The mathematics that you're using for your algorithms do matter. So all of the things which are considered concepts and the concepts that you have yourself kind of in the making, they help and progress science along that way. Okay, I'll stop.
Just think to quickly jump in and addressing both Catherine and Lucas's question on, in some way. So you start doing research, maybe you come across a paper, you're like, this is too similar to what I've been doing or whatever. But the more you keep working, for me, this is my experience at least, I came to a point where I was like, oh, like I'm doing something that I don't think anyone else is doing. And I think that just came for me from just kind of not giving up and continuing to ask myself questions. Why am I doing this? What do I want to achieve? And at some point, you may not start there, but you might get to a point where like, oh, like this is kind of unique. And I think that might be a point where you're like, oh, this is real research. Not that there is real research and not real research, or it's really hard to, or it's really easy to delineate them, but just something I was thinking about as both of you asked your questions.
One.
Can you ask your question with the microphone? Sorry.
For you personally, as you have shared that, how long did it take to reach that point of say, oh, this is it?
Well, I don't claim to have gotten to a point that was a real light bulb aha, then not a crazy new invention or anything, but I think it was, I might have been like the third or fourth year of my PhD. I just kind of like started to have this realization that, and it took some time, getting to that point for me where eventually I was like, this is kind of cool. This is kind of unique. And I don't know that timeline will line up for everyone, or it necessarily has to be that way, but maybe other folks can chime in.
I never get to, this is it. It's more like, this is publishable now. There's never been an end. So I guess that also answers Catherine's problem, that what if you see something that's really similar? First of all, it's never gonna be exactly the same. So then something, also for something that you haven't seen in life, something's wrong, you can work on it, otherwise we'll see it everywhere. Like, for example, you don't want to reinvent iPhone, but there's for the problem that you work on, I assume we are not using it every day, or like a smartphone, or like a car, right? Or anything like that. So something is still off. So there's always a research question hidden somewhere. So I wouldn't worry about if I see a paper that's similar. In fact, that's a really good thing, because that means you are working on some direction that other people also care about, right? If nobody cares about your research problem, that's also a big problem. So consider that's a encouragement, or you can even reach out. Hey, why are you guys working on this? Maybe we can collaborate, right? So consider that as an opportunity. I see Jason's hands up. I'll let you talk.
Yeah, I know we're running out of time, but I just wanted to add a few thoughts to the previous questions, actually. I read a lot of papers during my PhD as well, but you know, hesitating to actually do something was the devil on my side, actually. And if you're interested in something, you probably want to just dive into the problem and iterate several prototypes, as some of the panelists mentioned, and you will find whether it is actually the dead end or there's something more interesting out there. And you will not know by just reading the papers, in my experience. So that's one of the thoughts. And to know whether your idea is good or not, I mean, there is all of the panelists that already mentioned, there's no easy way to do so, but attending conference is actually actually a very nice thing for that. And my first BuildSys at 2015, I saw many of the presentations were talking about similar problems, and everybody is interested in that topic. And that's the only way that you can actually feel, other than just through the papers, that what people are interested in. So talk to more people and engage in more conversations is, I think, one of the ways.
I'd like to respond to Catherine's question in a slightly different way. I think what I've seen both in academia and industry people follow consistently is set a vision. And when you have a goal that seems so far-fetched, there's so many problems in your way that even if you see something go wrong halfway through, it's like, okay, can you just pick another problem? I think Ganesh's presentation today was one of those where he laid out the problem for the entire community to solve in the autonomous buildings kind of pieces. There's so many different pieces that you need to solve to get to that goal. It doesn't matter if somebody else solved a piece of it. So I think that's always both aspiring, and you have this collaborative nature. You can go talk to other people, like both Jason and Shia suggested. So having that has helped a lot, and it's kind of works similar in industry too. There's a famous quote says, like, stick to the vision, the details are implementation details, so you don't have to worry about it too much.
Yeah, Ganesh. I actually have a question on a very light side. For some reason, YouTube started to suggest me videos why you should quit your PhD. Did any of you have such thoughts in between? It wasn't all happy path, right? I mean, so anything.
Did you say that was a light question? Did you call that a light question? I remember when before I started my PhD, one of my undergraduate advisors told me, you're going to get to a point where you're going to ask yourself, why are you doing this? Why are you doing a PhD? And with, the implication being like, I should quit. I think in part because I was warned of that. I was like constantly vigilant about that issue. And so I don't know that I ever got to a serious consideration of wanting to stop what I was doing. So maybe that helps if you're very aware of that going into it. But I know that it is not an uncommon experience to have those that thought. So I'm sure other folks can chime in.
I don't know what that YouTube video said, but just imagine what such people could say. One of the caveats during PhD programs, in my experience, of course, was like you can be lazy and be hesitant for doing something. Like if you're in the industry, you are forced to do something right away, and you will accumulate the skills based on the requirements from your boss and so on. But I learned the hard way that it's the only way for you to be active in your own problems, and you can define your own problems by just spending your time on the problem, like sleeping on it and thinking about it, doing some surfing while thinking, while you're resting, you can think more about it and so on. So PhD program could be inefficient in learning something, but I think it is the only way to learn something by yourself. I think, yeah. Yeah, it's a tough question, a long question. Yeah.
I just like to comment quickly. So I actually resonate a lot with what you said, Andrew. I also entered with that advice, and it, like, as a result, I think guarded against it. And one of the ways I guarded, and I recommend this for everyone who's just starting, really starting anything in your life, is like when you start something, there's like a honeymoon phase where you see all the good things about it. And so take that energy and actually write those things down. Like make a list of all the good things that are really cool about your PhD or your new job or your new relationship or anything. And then hang that list on your desk, like somewhere where you can see it for the times when things get rough. Because like it can be super helpful just to be reminded of some of the things that like you're really grateful about your position. I think that the PhD is a really special time. It's a sheltered time where you have confidence that you can be there for like 5 years or so. And that's like, can be very helpful for digging into skills and ideas and really drawing something out. And so in my mind, that's one of the biggest benefits of the PhD. That's not to say that I haven't had like doubts and stuff. And I think a lot of the doubts are personal and like, am I good enough? And are my technical skills good enough? And so if you're feeling any of that stuff, I think that's normal too. And I think that's probably something everybody will feel. And I don't have a fantastic answer about how to get over those, but just knowing that you're not alone in feeling that and you're not an imposter can be really helpful.
I do want to add something from a faculty perspective. So when I just start, my advisor told me, no matter how great you think your student is now, there will be a moment you want to fire him or her, which is probably true. The same thing for the PhD. No matter how great you feeling about it right now, there will be a moment you are thinking of quitting, and that's completely okay. But why we keep going is that we want the student become someone we believe they can become. The same thing for the PhD. that you stay so that you can become someone you believe you eventually can become. So embrace this uncertainty, and we're all there, and don't be afraid of this uncertainty.
Yeah, I think that's very well said. I also really agree with what Lucas was saying. This is not really just about PhD. Anything in life, you would kind of ask yourself the same question. And I think it's a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. You should go back and introspect and decide whether what you're doing is really what matters to you. And if you're not passionate about science and you're hating every day of your PhD life, maybe that's not the thing you should be doing. And there will be phases, but if it's consistent for years, months, 10 years, and yeah, maybe it's not for you. And doing that on a consistent basis actually makes you more passionate towards what you're working on and get you over those phases when things look very challenging.
I just want to say, having gone through a PhD program, I know many people who did not finish their PhD, and like this isn't a forum intended to stop people from doing a PhD, obviously, but there's validity in that. That's all I want to say. There's validity in realizing that something's not for you.
Well, I guess we still hope that you find whatever you're looking for in your life, whether PhD or not. That's not seems to be a best way to end the PhD forum. But Andrew, please say something more reasonable. Sorry, bad joke. I guess we're wrapping up, right, Andrew?
Oh, yeah. I guess we've blown past the end of the time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So I guess if anyone has another question that they've been really wanting to ask, we could field it. Otherwise, if folks want to just stay on the Zoom chat and continue talking, you're more than welcome to do so. The physical people can also continue the conversation. We should probably let the wonderful, actually, I should say, thank you so much to everyone who's been sort of making this hybrid format work. So a quick round of applause for everyone sort of working on the back end. Thank you so much. So yeah, is there just one more question that anyone wants to ask? Yeah, Ganesh?
This one is more practical. So towards the end of your PhD, you must have had tons of references and works which you had to manage and like bring it back into your dissertations. How did you remember all those hundreds of papers and filter them out? Just some tips and advice.
Definitely use a reference management software like Mendeley or what are the other ones? That's the one I use. But that's probably not enough because, well, some of them have search functions. I don't know. I think that I just had a few papers that I constantly returned to when I was doing literature reviews. So that was one thing that I noticed, but I'm sure everyone else has a different strategy.
For me, it's kind of similar to the recurring strategy. Over some time, you realize even if you read 100 papers, there are like 3 papers or 2 papers that you really are close to and are building upon, and those are the ones that really matter. And even if you're compiling a bigger dissertation, it's the same story. So everything else kind of adds maybe supporting statements here and there, but those fundamental papers are the ones that you really need to care about. I actually don't use any reference management software because I end up looking up those papers 25 times that I remember them.
Controversial take. Right. Well, thank you so much, everyone joining, and yeah, feel free to stay online if you are online, and feel free to come up and talk. Just talk amongst yourselves or talk to us afterwards. So thanks everyone for a great PhD forum, and speaking for Shija and myself, we really appreciated the presentations and all the feedback. So thanks everyone.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, I think he's clapping.
All right.
Yeah,
Bye,
I just had a
everyone.
clap reaction. Thank you. Thanks, the panelists and everyone. Yeah.